student gamers, and welcome to the British University Esports Championship Spring 2022. It's been a long time coming, and we're now live from Insomnia. We're back bigger than ever. We have so much going on here.
It's a place for all competitive gamers to come along. Even if you're not amazing, you can still take part, which is really nice, and you meet so many different students from different unis. It's just really nice, like a fun place to be.
And the NSC, by being at Insomnia, is really amazing. Especially a small, isolated university like Oxford, it's great to meet other students who are into esports.
So we've got a spectator area where the student communities come and they're meeting up for the first time in probably 2 years, getting to watch the finals, and then we've also got the teams on stage playing against each other. And then also we've got a student LAN as well, as kind of like a mini LAN in a wider bring your own computer over the weekend. Super grateful for our sponsors. Our headline partner is Intel. We're also partnered with Barclays, Monster Energy, providing loads of Monster Energy to keep everyone fueled over the weekend. PC Specialist, Special Effects, and we're also partnered with Bucks as well.
Everyone in the university scene is so welcoming and so lovely. You don't see people like this anywhere else, like in a community together. And it's just all about creating those connections with different people, and it's just really amazing.
As well. It's beautiful stuff. We're going to see some absolutely sexy action here. Today, my name is Foxdrop. I'm going to be joined all day by the wonderful Moxie, bringing you all 6 games today. It's been 4 previously, but we're mixing it up just a little bit today, and we're going to bring you 2 extra games. Very exciting stuff. We've got a lot of teams competing here today, all in the building as well. 16 teams to be precise. Let's have a cheeky little look at who we're welcoming in today. As with the rest of the tournament, here are your teams. A lot of cool names here, a lot of cool logos as well, I do have to say. Moxie, who stands out? Who's been impressing you so far with out of these teams?
I mean, there's just got to be one team, right, that we immediately have to mention, and that is Manchester. Manchester are currently sitting at 216. I'm just going to let that sink in. 216 kills. It's absolutely insane.
That's a lot of kills. Who's second place? Like, just give some context.
Warwick is second, and they're coming in with 94.
Okay, so no other team is on 100, and Manchester are on over 200. Okay, so there's some expectations there coming into the games today as to who might be the team to watch and who might be the team to at least perhaps be the most bloodthirsty, maybe, potentially. But we still have lots of other teams here competing, and a lot of teams, obviously, in the running for that prize pool. It's not all just about who finishes first, but there is money up for grabs for all of the teams here today, depending on where you can finish. So still a lot to play for, especially here today on live, because on LAN, I should say, because you got that 1.5 multiplier to all of the points. Everything you earn today means more than the games that you've played previously online, as you can see here. This is how the scoring is worked out in NARAKA. It depends both on how many kills you get, but also where you place in the games as well. So you want to get a lot of kills, obviously, but you don't just want to get knocked out really early, because then your kills aren't going to be meaning as much. And of course, after you've got all this figured out, then you're going to add a little bit extra because we're on LAN. So it's a balance between killing people and staying alive, but of course those two can be hard to juggle. Manchester obviously found a way to do both of those pretty impressively, but we do see some teams going a bit more strategic and trying to finish as high as they can if they find they can't necessarily get as many kills as they would otherwise like. But yeah, it's beautiful stuff here. We're going to be seeing who can whip out those kills as we get into our first game. But let's go and take a look here. What we've got here today. We're here. It's beautiful stuff. Take a look at where that. Okay, that's
take
us
a look
now.
at
Let's
us.
take a look at us. Yeah, beautiful stuff. Sorry, I was. Yeah, we were going to take a look at the standings, but we're not. This is what we're taking a look at. Yes, this is what we want to see. We've got our two teams here, Manchester on the left and Warwick on the right, and number 1 and number 2 team respectively so far in the standings, which we did skip out on, but I promise you'll get to see them. I promise. And alongside some of the other teams as well, UCL being one of the teams that is featured here on our cameras. There's a huge amount of teams. Let's say 16 teams, each team with like 3 players. There's a massive amount of LAN here. I was talking to one of the guys who works at the building as well here. Like, this whole venue, this whole event here in Salford, like, this isn't just here for the NSC. This is here as like a little like gaming section, like a LAN cafe, to get some of the kids involved and to get them off the streets and come in here and enjoy the gaming setup. And I honestly think it's just brilliant. Like, I came in here, I was like, holy moly, like, if the NSC has put all this here, they're not paying me enough. But it wasn't the NSC, so that's right, I'll let you guys off. You're cool. I'll take my pack of quavers and I'll walk out of here happy. Let's take a look at the ratings here that we've got, and see just what Moxie was talking about with those scores. Moxie, I mean, look at this stuff. It's absolutely ridiculous. You can't see the kills, but you can see the points. This was from week 1 from our first 4 games. You can already see how things are trending.
Yeah, University of Manchester just head and shoulders ahead of everybody at the moment. So they're going to be feeling pretty darn confident heading into today. But University of Warwick and Kiel as well, both pretty competitive. UCL last week was another team that really impressed. One of those teams that took a little bit longer to be able to find their feet. Some of these teams are pretty new to NARAKA, and like that's another sort of runoff of this event. Not only is it meant to sort of showcase players who already have experience in the game, it's also designed to pull new players in and draw interest to try and build up a collegiate scene for the universities to be able to transition into a little bit of a higher tier of pro players. We can have a look at how week 2 panned out, and once again, no surprises. University of Manchester, University of Warwick, and Kiel University all being in the top 3, and Manchester once again being pretty far ahead.
Yeah, Manchester just doing absolute ridiculous Manchester things, but Warwick were able to contest them a little bit as well. You can see with UCL specifically in 5th place there, were able to get a few more points going from week 1 to week 2 as they had a few roster moves and some changes there. Staffordshire in number 6 as well. You can see these are the final points that we're running with so far coming into our games today. As a reminder, there's 6 games, not 4, so there's more opportunities to score today, and you get that 1.5 times multiplier because you're on LAN. It's all about showing up where it matters, so still a lot to play for, and you can see it's pretty tight coming into the 3rd place overall. You've got Kiel and De Montfort very, very close here, and Staffordshire, UCL, Salford, even Lancaster, all kind of fighting for that spot. And there's a big difference there with the prize pool if you finish, around that 7/8 mark compared to the 3rd spot. So we should get a lot of hectic gameplay here as all the teams are scrambling to see just how high they can finish.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty competitive. Again, like we've seen a couple of teams try and adapt into the game and being a little bit better as well. Like you can see that some of these teams have gone away, they've practiced, they've researched to try and make sure that they're going to make it a little bit more competitive. And then again, another week has followed through. Last week, we saw some really good fights going down between some of these teams. We actually saw Manchester lose a lobby as well, remember, even though they solved Salvation Podium, they got that monk red armor.
Yeah, they did. They had like, we've seen red armor twice here, which is like, just for reference, that is exceptionally rare. Like both Moxie and I, we cast the MVPL, which is the professional league of NARAKA. We ain't seen it. We have not seen it, and we've seen it twice here at the NSC. It's been absolutely. I think both times the team that picked it up didn't win. Like it's almost a curse at this point. We'll see if that goes through on Holoroth, which is I believe we're gonna have 3 games on each map. I think that's right. I could be chatting rubbish, but I believe that's right, and we'll be swapping in. But yeah, that's right. I'm getting a thumbs up. We'll be swapping in between each game as well. So we'll start over Morrisar and then come to Holoroth and bouncing backwards and forwards. So we'll see there. On the even number games if we get that red armor too. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. It's been really cool stuff as well. And I do think the big point to make out, like, yes, you're looking at those scoreboards and you're seeing Manchester's like head and shoulders above everyone else. And let's not, you know, sugarcoat it. They have been absolutely dominant. But they did look mortal last time we played. They really did. Some other teams were stepping up and they were bringing it to them. So, and you never know, anything can happen on LAN as well. So it's going to be exciting stuff here. We're going to see what we can get going, and you know, what we'll be able to see from the team specifically. We'll be getting into game not too long from now. Hopefully we can get you started straight into that action, as much as I'm sure you're enjoying listening to us waffle on about the teams and looking at our beautiful faces. Why don't you look at the teams, our players' beautiful faces instead? You can see the Manchester just chilling out on your screen there, just having a grand old time, not really looking too phased, looking pretty chilled out. As, you know, coming into today, they should be feeling pretty confident. And just look at all those computers just knocking about. Like, it's an absolute experience down here as well. It's beautiful stuff. There's even a crowd section there watching Warwick and Manchester going at it. So there's if you're local and you want to come down, please do come and sit in the crowd and cheer the teams on. We've got about 2 minutes or so before we get into the game, so just fill some time here. I want to ask you your expectations coming into game one. Not necessarily, okay, you're not allowed to talk about Manchester, okay? You're not allowed to talk about Manchester. I want to ask you, like, regardless of the teams, like just kind of NARAKA style, what are you expecting from a NARAKA standpoint coming into our first game?
Aggression, honestly. This is a really fun thing. I love the meta that we're heading into in NARAKA at the moment, because Zeeping has gotten nerfed. Yodo has also gotten a little bit of a nerf in that it takes slightly longer now for her ultimate to be able to build up. And we're starting to see a lot of players really gravitate towards things like Tarka and Temi. Staff has come through as well.
New weapon.
I don't think we're going to get to see a Valda today, but Valda in solos is actually really strong at the moment because of the extensions you can pull off with the staff. And likewise, we're seeing Tarka, like Tarka Infinite, is probably the biggest tilting thing for players to run into in the competitive scene when you're just like random queuing into solo stacks. But now we're actually seeing some players move away from the Tarka Katana Infinite and actually picking up the Spear in the CN region. And this is actually a really strong weapon where actually when you're using that Tarka ultimate, you go for the jump, you jump a lot higher, and then you immediately transition into the right click. So you immediately slam whoever is behind you and below you, and immediately, because it's not a blue focus attack, it's actually really hard to predict where they're coming down.
Yeah, it's cool stuff. Like, I think we saw the staff coming through a little bit last week, and I expect we'll see a little bit more of that. You said Valda, not so good in trios, good in solos. I did hear you whispering some sweet nothings into Warwick's ear, saying, pick Valda for me. I don't know whether they will listen to that. But maybe if they fancy making your day a little bit, you might see that.
This is kind of the counter Manchester strat, right? Because we have seen Manchester be mortal. And we've seen Manchester be mortal when they get cocky. They get pretty confident on maps like Holoroth, where even in a trios meta, they split up. They go 1-to-1-to-1 and run into different trios. And they live.
Yeah, they make it happen, which is somewhat illegal, actually, and not recommended to try at home, but they do make it happen. And I'm curious, though, like, now we're on LAN, whether they'll keep doing that, because it is quite a ballsy thing to do.
Well, last week we actually saw them go full meta in the first game. They went Viper, Wuchen, Yoto, which is one of the strongest compositions in trios at the moment because of all of the diversity that allows you to do. Like, you have a lot of sort of punishment for teams that really overcommit with ultimates. You also have an escape tool with the Wuchen, and then with the Viper stun. Like, that ultimate is pretty much a death sentence if you're not able to break line of sight.
Yeah, for sure. And then after that first game, they were like, oh, this is too boring. We just got to go back to our normal stuff and just run around and start fighting people again. And that they did. But to be honest, like, I do want to say, like, we did say they look mortal, and now we're kind of saying that they were kind of maybe trolling a little bit. I will say they were beaten fair and square. Like, it wasn't because they were trolling or mucking about. I genuinely was very impressed with how the other team stepped up. So I'm curious to see how today goes, like, especially on LAN. Like, maybe this is like the third or fourth time I'm saying this now, but genuinely anything can happen on LAN. You see this all the time. It transcends all esports, right? Like, when you're playing online compared to playing online on LAN, it's so different. And different teams, like, especially like these all university students, probably don't have that much experience playing on LAN and maybe in front of a crowd as well. So it's going to be interesting stuff. Anything can happen as we are finally going to get into our first game of the day here in Salford. It's beautiful stuff.
Everyone's
and there's a lot of people. Is that literally everyone except UCL is in Shipwreck?
This
what
is about to get pretty bloodthirsty. Already we can actually see all of these kills coming through on the bottom.
Kill feed can't keep up.
The kill feed can't keep up, no. Shipwreck is one of these places where if you hot drop, it can be really hard to try and find late. But immediately we're going to move into a fight as Staffordshire go toe-to-toe with Manchester, but the parry comes on through. Xeno not able to tap dodge back to their weapon, gets taken down by Spinach with the dual blades. And Manchester, a team that we have touted as being the favorites, have already picked themselves up purple epic dual blades to be able to run into all of these trios with.
And 4 kills now to their name as well. Everyone dropping in Shipwreck, but Manchester not worrying about that a single bit. They're already off to their Manchester ways. I can see as well UCL are starting to knock about, so they may not have landed in Shipwreck, but they landed close enough that now they're deciding to walk in. Fighting Warwick as well. Warwick, another team that have been doing very well, as Warwick now hiding in their little shanty by the seaside as Nova gets parried and obliterated right there. Spinach is taking no prisoners here in game number 1, not taking it easy on anyone. No warm-up game for him as Loser now looks like he's about to lose his life. Forced to pop the ulti and jump away, and he is going to get out of there on very low HP, an absolute sliver. Spinach, though, on the chase, does not want to give this one down, does not want Loser to be able to get that heal off and to get back into the game as Loser's trying his hardest to spin around and escape, but he's got friends, and Spinach doesn't. Spinach is Billy No Mates here, and he's going to fall down. Wow, a bit aggressive right there. Loser hangs on by the skin of his teeth, and UCL coming out on top.
Yeah, UCL actually able to keep Loser alive long enough for the peel to come through from their teammates. And the same cannot be said for Spinach. He is going to go down. He has to go find a soul altar to be able to res. However, UCL wants to take advantage of all of these fights going on around them. They can come in for the third party. One of them has already actually been able to pick themselves up legendary armor. So they're going to be pretty darn tanky as we actually see them start to move on forward. They have to be pretty careful. They don't have that Justina ultimate just yet. They're just using the katana to try to charge it up as fast as possible so that the freeze is going to be able to connect onto all of these players around. As we see horizontal off of that grapple connecting onto Alan at the moment. He does go down. As UCL, another of these teams that we said, right, this is a team that has been able to adapt and improve as we see these weeks move from week to week. They're impressing once again.
Absolutely, and Manchester, only Mikasa left alive right there, having to run away, and that's really, like, these teams have stepped up and they're bringing it to Manchester. Looking kind of scared right there. Of course, as a reminder, early days here in NARAKA means that if you die, it's not the end of the world. You can just resurrect for free. So you often see these aggressive plays with teams knowing they can do that. Now, Loser, though, UCL just really making a mess here in our first game. Absolutely ridiculous stuff. Popping the Justina ulti from Loser, getting the CC down. Playing really aggressive and finding their bounties, making it happen. That is Warwick going to be falling instead. And that's the first place team in Manchester and now the second place team in Warwick. both falling to UCL. Like, we might just have a dark horse here for LAN.
Yeah, UCL looking extremely strong, running this composition, which has a really good, honestly, just use of ultimates. You use that Justina, you get that freeze, you also have an escape ticket. Granted, it's not the Wu Chen at the moment. So it means that if you want to reposition, you do have to do it all individually, as opposed to the Wu Chen being able to use the ultimate and carry your entire team out and your Cairns as well to be able to make sure that you safely get that res off. However, Manchester is going to be trying to come back on through. Warwick's Nova immediately going to be coming in with that Yoda ultimate laser, going for the freeze form to be able to get themselves out of the initial slash. And once Nova is out of that invulnerable form, they're immediately going to hound him down. The grapple cancel to just push this Yodo away from being able to reposition towards their team, and UCL are able to entirely stagger lock Nova down and just keep him in position for the Greatsword to do its job.
6 kills now for UCL. I think what's most impressive is really who those kills have come against. Some of our better teams here falling to the hands of University College London. Just absolutely beautiful play right here. Very dominant. And it is going to be those guys coming out on top of this Shipwreck Fiesta that we saw with everyone dropping here to start game number 1. That was, I've never seen, it was 15 teams in Shipwreck.
Yeah.
And the only other team that didn't drop there was UCL, who dropped like a meter away and then moved into Shipwreck as soon as they got their gear. Like,
it's smart. It's honestly a really smart way to play, because you know that everyone is just going to be all hands on deck, pun entirely intended, on Shipwreck to try and find all of the loot as quickly as possible. So everyone's actually going to cannibalize each other, because you might be able to find a good weapon, but chances are you're not going to be able to find armor to go alongside it. And UCL, because they had just a little bit longer, were able to get the full set to be able to come in and punish this. We are going to actually see DU currently trying to come in with this Talker ultimate. Staff equipped, grapple cancel coming onto Damon at the moment, and will be able not to find full juggle, but Loughborough going to lose one of their members, as Crossed Moon is going to be able to pick that one up. Manchester are still fighting someone. I did see actually Spinach take a member down before we headed over towards DU. But they're definitely not having the same dominant performance that we were expecting as we see the first game head out.
just a warm-up game, Moxie. It's just a warm-up game. That's what I'd be saying if I was there in their comms. Like, I mean, I say that even when I'm 6 games deep and I'm on a 6-game lose streak. Warm-up game, it's all good. But no, you're quite right. Manchester certainly not had that dominant start that we expect of them, as we're swapping over now. Going to get to Salford to see what they can do here. The home team on their home turf. Can Kirby make it happen? That is a beautiful play there with the Greatsword, though. Holy moly. With that Tarka ultimate pops as well, just running around with that blackout, trying the best he can. He gets happening again. He's got a blinking health bars, though. Surely he's not long for this world. His teammates are both downed as well. It's just Kirby versus the world, and I don't think Kirby's got this. He tried his best, and he did some cool moves, but he is gonna fall, and that's the last remaining member of Salford out of here as well, as we're seeing the rest of the action just getting swapped over right now. Manchester, the team that we had so much eyes on coming into today, taking on their fight. These guys already, we did say they're off to a slow start, but I do count 13 kills to their name. Maybe the very first fights weren't in their favor, but they've certainly found a way to turn it around here. And my goodness, 13 kills already. They're off to their usual ways here, Moxie.
Yeah, heading over towards Sunwing, which must have been where they soul altered towards as well, trying to find themselves better loot. Remember, everyone had dropped towards Shipwreck. Sunwing was still a pretty high loot to area, so it makes sense why they would drop here. The problem is that they are going to be up against that zone at the moment, so they are going to just be constantly on the move. They might, however, be able to use this positioning to pick up stragglers, also trying to run from that corruption, as we do actually see a legendary weapon currently being in play. I believe it's in Spinach's hands, as that's going to be a Tarka ultimate coming on through. Alan with the charged up left click on the dual blades, absolutely eviscerating every single player in the front line, making sure they have absolutely no time to be able to reposition and try and stagger lock one of these players down, so you can just move like stepping stones from player to player to player, making sure to pick up one elimination and turning it into a full trio to wipe.
You don't just pick up the eliminations either, you get their loot, you pick up all their gear. And that's, who needs to loot yourself when you can just go ahead and pick up the loot that everyone else has acquired? As Manchester, after dealing with Kill, have now found Warwick. They are in the zone though, they're taking that tick damage. They have to be a little bit careful, especially Spinach and Alan. Spinach has been knocked, in fact. He's down. Remember, he was the one with the legendary weapon too. I think Warwick here Absolutely, bringing it to Manchester. They've got to be very, very careful. Mikasa is trying to pick Spinach up. I believe that was successful. So even though Warwick knocked Spinach, they weren't able to fully take advantage of that situation. But now that everyone's out of the zone here, Warwick might just look to re-engage. They are firing off the ranged attacks, getting a little bit of chip damage as Sir Scrub here is looking to do what he can do on that Wu Chen. Trying to just get some of that blade wall up there with a wind wall going through. And here comes the big old fight. The Yoto ultimate from Nova's being popped. Spinach, though, in the thick of it, in the action with that legendary weapon, doing a bunch of damage right now. Alan coming through from Manchester, getting zoned away from those Yoto strikes, is now going to join the fray. And now it's all turning wrong. It's all gone sour for Warwick as Nom is going to fall. It's just Scrub alive, and I'm not sure Scrub is going to survive here instead. He is going to fall, and that's going to be that. Manchester, it looked a little bit hairy to begin with there against Warwick, but in the end of it, they come out on top. Going to be picking up their 17th kill of first game here today.
Yeah, Manchester feeling pretty happy with how that fight panned out. Warwick just tried to overwhelm with ultimates, right? Make it so hard for Manchester to be able to move. Takeda ultimate, Yodo ultimate, all coming on through to lock them down in that position. You're also fighting in the canyon, so it's even harder to be able to time your tap dodges, to not just run yourself into a cliff face and take the full brunt of that damage. However, once again, it's Alan coming on through with those dual blades to make sure that you just cannot reposition. You can't get into any sort of formation to be able to just stagger lock a player down. And that's what Warwick were looking for. That's why they tried to just pile onto Alan, take him down so that they were able to, or rather Spinach, they were able to take him down and immediately move on to those other two players. Mikasa, however, she's able to get back to the body. She's able to get that revive off, and Alan waiting in the wings is giving all of this information on Warwick's position so that they know when they're going to be able to push on forward. However, now we head over to UCL, who pick themselves up a Vermilion Bird's Might. If they go down, not only do they get to stay in the lobby, they get to keep all of their loot as well. And as a result, they're going to be getting pretty aggressive.
Yeah, I love that. You might think, you know, having a resurrection, it's like a defensive buff to a certain degree, but what it really means is everyone just goes crazy because it's like, yeah, we've got this defensive buff. It means we can compensate here and go as mental as we want. Especially, most importantly, as you quite rightly mentioned, keeping all of your gear. You're not sent back to square one. You're not landing on a snake and having to go back all those spaces. Instead, you can just keep everything that you've got and move on ahead with the rest of the game. Just take as many fights as you want. UCL have been doing very well in this game. Still at I believe around 10 kills. Yeah, 10 kills exactly these guys have right now. So not quite as high as the likes of Manchester, but I'm really, really curious and really excited to see how things are going to develop when there's only a few teams left alive.
Yeah, that comp is really strong as well in Final Zone. Temi Ultimate combined with Justina Ultimate. It's so strong, especially with the buffs that Temi's gotten recently, where if you're just stuck in the middle of the ultimate, you still take the slow effect. It's not if you try and walk out of the wind wall, it's now if you're just stuck in the middle of it, and there it is. Manchester actually run into UCL, and the exact thing happens. The Justina ultimate in the middle of the Temi ultimate. Spinach is down because of that freeze. However, Alan's able to find the parry and might be able to turn this fight around off of Mikasa, getting to use that space to be able to go for the Yodo ultimate. She is extremely good at being able to land those slashes. We actually do see Loser use that free shell form to try and dodge out of any follow-on through. Mikasa's still extremely low. Spinach bleeding out at the moment, so they need to have any just space to go for that resurrection, because otherwise Spinach is going to be gone.
Yeah, and they're going to find that space. As you mentioned, though, Warwick might have something to say about it, but not in time. Spinach is picked up, though. He's very low. He's very weak if Warwick do decide to go for this fight. Huge props to Alan in that fight right there. It was It was great for us to be spectating his perspective specifically, because he got like so many parries. Absolute god in that one. But UCL now have re-engaged on the fight. They've licked their wounds and they're looking for prey as Alan is going to fall down. Spinach now going to get parried, and he's going to be sure on that chopping blocker as well. Mikasa gets obliterated, and this could be Manchester going out at game number 1. There's no resurrections. If you're down now, you are done. Spinach pops the blackout on that Tarka and just legs it. Runs for the hills and tries to survive, but UCL, good heavens, what happened to these guys? They've just they've wiped University of Manchester off the map.
I still need to recover from that tap dodge out of the elbow on the Taka.
Yeah.
AK comes in with the Dragon Slayers, is
Sick.
able not just to land the full Dragon Slayers, but is able to actually push into the Nesha's Might, unlock again members of Manchester down. And yeah, Alan does get away. Alan, probably off of all of the kills that they've picked up as well, will have enough Darktide coins to find Rebirth Charms and try and get the team back, but you're starting from scratch. You have to find loot again. And this map, because of how long this fight has been going on, it's probably already going to be picked clean. But Spinach, however, is back with the Katana and is able to actually find a kill onto DMU's Fluffy. As UCL are not finished at the moment. They run straight into Durham, and they're going to be able to run straight out of that fight because it's over in seconds.
UCL really turning on the Jets here, coming on to LAN. The LAN buff is real. Turns out they're just LAN heroes. Beautiful stuff. You love to see it. And still, though, as you mentioned, like, having all those coins because you've just been farming the rest of the map for Manchester means they do have access to the resurrections. How close was it, though, that Spinach survived on that Taka? If he took like another, 20 damage, he was done. He was gone. And the whole of Manchester would be out. That would be their game done here in game number 1. But he does survive in just a sliver and is able to bring his team back up, as we're seeing now Durham Wicket just hiding up, doing his squirrel cosplay at the top of this tree, just kind of holding out here. We're getting a little bit later on into the game to the point where some of these teams might be playing towards some more strategical standpoints, the positional, because it does depend not just how many kills you get, but obviously how long you last in the game compared to the other teams. And we're going to get a bloodbath here. It's UCL versus Warwick, two of the best skirmishing teams here that we have here in the NSC, and it's all just crazy. It's all popping off. The Wu Chen, we're going to get that mini reset, but of course if you're in the Shadow Realm, it can't go too far. So Scrub now going to fall exceptionally low, keeps himself alive for now, as Ak is now the victim of this play. Who's going to fall down? It was Ak. Ak is falling down first. Sir Scrub going to pick up that one on the Wu Chen, but Sir Scrub gets taken down as well. In return, it's Jun Lee. Loser picks up Nom, and it is UCL at the end of it. When all's said and done, they're able to find the victory in that special realm, picking up the loot, gonna get the buff as well, and now the pressure is on Warwick. Coming out of this one, you have to get the resurrections, and you can see there the Yang depletion for 4 minutes. If you don't find some kills in that time, you're just gonna die. It doesn't matter if you resurrected and you got back on the map or anything like that. It literally does not matter. You just get smited from the heavens as punishment for losing in Yang's realm.
Well, UCL definitely not finished just yet. Again, coming in with that Yoda ultimate, having locked down all of the players in the Tabi ult, trying to just break through that Z-Ping ult. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to find the killing blow. Mortal Defiance still extremely strong to be able to survive the burst, but you only get it once in your ultimate, and as a result, UCL will actually be able to get that teammate up off the ground, even though they went down, and now are going to have to move away from the Bane's Breath. That was a little bit too delayed to save the team that tried to pop it, to try and keep UCL off their backs, punishing the fact that if the Yoda does give up her ultimate, you only do get 75% of it back, and it takes a little bit longer to be able to recharge up. But UCL definitely one of those front runners at the moment. Warwick actually taking a fight currently up against Kiel, I do believe. Another of these teams are going to be feeling really happy with themselves, having beaten that Gate of Yang. So if you lose the Gate of Yang, yeah, you have to take the soul depletion, and all 3 of your members have to find the soul blip. It's not 1 per team, it is all 3. But if you win, you get buffs. And that's exactly what we're going to see Warwick moving forward with, as it is going to be Warwick absolutely eviscerating Kiel at the moment. Katana coming on through from Nova on that Wu Chen. He does have his ultimate back as well. If you lose in the Gate of Yang, you do get your ultimate immediately back to try and make sure that you are going to be in the best position to take a fight as quickly as possible. You
can see here now UCL just firing out some warning shots against Staffordshire. Seeing if anyone's going to take a little bit of the bait here, a bit of the biting. The risk now of engaging in any of these fights around this time of the game is it's the third party. So someone else can come through and just ruin your day. It's like it's not a 3 versus 3. It's a 3 versus 3, and then another team shows up and suddenly they're in trouble. Speaking of trouble, though, Nom may have found himself some as well. He gets caught out, and then he gets Temmie's effort as well. The CC chain is just disgusting. And he's not even going to be able to survive long enough for his team to come through and save him, though he is going to get the Wu Chen ulti with his Cairn to get him to safety so his team can pick him up. But yeah, exactly that. UCL now coming through, and they're going to be keeping on the chase with Warwick. I'm not sure Warwick can survive. I'm not sure if they'll be able to survive this one. It is Nova instead. Yoto forced to pop the F and the ultimate right now, but they do not want to fight at all. You can see this is just an ultimate to get away, to disengage. Doing pretty successfully at that, to be honest, and Jin Lee's falling exceptionally low. It's not going to be enough to bring him down or anything like that, and Nova does fall, but that was a little bit of a cheeky play there from Warwick's Nova.
Yeah, Nova just throwing themselves into that fight to actually buy distraction time, right? You get a lot of hits onto Jin Lee, you turn around, what have you done? You've been able to last the fight long enough that Mystic Might has run out for UCL, and that's what UCL were actually using to keep a track of where Warwick were running away to. Mystic Might is probably the worst counter for a Wu Chen TP, because it's like, oh, they teleported. Cool, let me just check my map. Oh, they're over there. Awesome. We're just going to head straight there, as we're going to be seeing De Montfort at the moment. Oh, they've got Soul Slash on that Katana. That's going to be pretty darn nasty if you get caught out by that. But even nastier to get caught out by is that Monk transformation. Fluffy moves forward, looking for those grabs. UCL's Jin Lee hiding behind that tree, trying to make sure that they're not going to be within line of sight to get taken up by that Monk's mitts. As you can see, just tap dodging one, wanting to see whether or not Fluffy's going to look for a second. The second this Monk transformation drops, UCL is just going to be waiting in the wings. Jin Lee, you can see, telling all of the team the information on where the Monk is going to be, and then the grapple cancel begins, as it is just going to be Fluffy taking so much focus coming through from UCL. Jin Lee not quite able to find the skill rush that they're looking for. However, they've been able to hound Fluffy and isolate him from his team. And even then, it's just going to be death by Clang. Loser comes in with the Katana to finish him off. And now they're just going to stand around the body a little bit longer, wait and see whether or not anyone's going to try and backtrack and help that Monk get revived. But with the zone closing in and a Morris blessing on the table, UCL aren't going to be staying still for long.
Very, very typical performance right there for seeing a transformed Monk. You respect it while the Monk's out there in the Titan form, and then as soon as that falls down, you pounce, and you realize that is when he is at his weakest and most vulnerable. And UCL doing that textbook right there. And it's, to be honest, I would say here in the NSE, it's been kind of why we haven't seen too many Transformers, because we're getting so many skirmishes. It's just unrealistic to just have your ultimate up 24/7 to be able to fight in that Monk form, and so it's just not kind of how the meta's been going about here, as we're now seeing Warwick go up against Staffordshire. Staffordshire really looking to one of these teams on the outside looking in for that third place, trying to get as many points as they can. They'd like to start it right here in game number 1 against Warwick, who are one of our better teams, as Sir Scrub now has looking to come for the avenge of his teammate. As Nova has fallen, and Staffordshire are just going to keep going. They're not going to dip out of this one, but it is, of course, that Wu Chen. Oh, no, it's not the Wu Chen. Excuse me, that's not gone down. So Scrub is now just running for the hills. I think he may have bitten off more than he could chew. It's a little bit ballsy by him, thinking he could take the whole squad by himself. And I don't think that's going to happen. They are going to keep chasing here at our staffs. And Sir Scrub is going to be able to dip, because we can see UCL now. He's done this so many times. I swear, Scrub by himself, he's like, oh, crap. I'm in trouble. It's all me by myself. I'm going to run away. And then just draws the team that's chasing him into another team, and then he gets away scot-free. Like, I swear, that's just his move.
It's not quite scot-free. He did have to sacrifice his Takeda.
Well, okay.
Yeah,
but who cares about teammates?
They were going for the Morris Blessing. Remember, Nova had gone down by sacrificing themselves on the front line against UCL a couple of fights ago. So they wanted the Morris Blessing to get that Rebirth Charm. And unfortunately, they weren't able to find it. They took a fight against Staffordshire, who did have that Viper ultimate from Xeno. And in the middle of the Zeeping ultimate as well, coming through from Jam. Like, they just have so much sustainability. The stun connects onto the Takeda, and he's just rinsed in seconds. And it does mean that Sir Scrub is going to be alone. However, we only have 8 players alive in the lobby, and already they've been coming in with a couple of kills, so the kill multiplier is going to be pretty good. You just have to really do the time to be able to make it count. As we see, Staffordshire definitely going to be keeping UCL in their sights. UCL's probably going to be the team to beat, given the fact that Manchester has already been mostly driven out of this lobby. As we do see UCL exchanging a couple of shots from Staffordshire, just trying to bait out any retaliation and information as they pass Durham's wicket.
Yep, Wicket is hiding, man. He's hiding.
He's just in a bush at the moment, and I think Staffordshire are noticing that something is probably up. They are checking these bushes. They do see it's not going to be a full squad, and it is going to be that Matari ultimate coming through from Wicket to try and make it even harder to track where they're going to be looking to squirrel off to. The repeating crossbow just spy checking at the moment as Jam goes in with those dual blades and is able to catch the Matari once the ultimate runs through. The F gets charged up. She's actually able to blip away a little bit longer. There's the swap towards the musket, but it's drawn UCL, who come in with the kill steal.
You thieves! That was Staffordshire's kill. UCL, of course. It doesn't matter who did all the damage. It just matters who gets the last hit. And that is Wicked done. He's out of here as now UCL fighting Staffordshire. Not only does Staffordshire not get the kill, but they're going to run into UCL and they're going to get wiped from the map as well. Which means it's just UCL and Sir Scrub alive here from Warwick, and Sir Scrub knows it. No longer needs to hide anymore, is going to go for the fight, and of course the 1v3 doesn't really work for him. So that is UCL coming out on top. You can see very happy with that one. Very nicely done. The first game of the day, who'd have thunk? UCL coming out on top. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, UCL, again, like they had a really good start, right? They were one of the only teams in the lobby who got to keep the loot that they started the game off with. So that legendary armor that they pick up in like 2 minutes into the game's beginning, they carry it all the way through until the very end, and it just allows them to build up those abilities, build up those ultimates, build up their resources, show their forces, and then move into Shipwreck Cove and just blitz through any player left. Because yeah, Manchester was doing really good in the fight, right? But Manchester had used resources, their weapon durability was pretty low, their armor was in shreds, and when UCL decided to move in, it was for real estate because of all of the fights Manchester had already been taken.
So let's take a look at how this game played out here. Our first game here in the final weekend. We had 15 teams drop in Shipwreck. 15! Everyone except UCL dropped here, and UCL dropped so close that they could then run in and just demolish everyone else that was in Shipwreck anyway. We have a bit of a mix up here with replay. So we're coming back to our beautiful faces, but that's essentially what happened. Like there was crazy fiesta there in Shipwreck to begin with. UCL did come through and they were able to mop up, and as you say, like they went from that, they got that early loot and they kind of rolled the rest of the lobby from there. But I was very impressed. Like they didn't just, you know, just pick up some free kills and then just come through in third party. Like they were the driving force. They were the dominating force of that game. Like they come up against Manchester multiple times, Warwick multiple times. Like these are the guys that are, you know, first and second place. Like have been dominating everyone else. Like they did really, really well to just not only, you know, get the kills, but the amount of competition they're going up against to find those kills. As you're seeing here, this is Manchester Spinach falling down to UCL. I do believe there was a lack of respect coming through there, and maybe as we get into game number 2, that will change. But all in all, what would you think about this game 1 here, Moxie, with UCL taking it?
So again, I feel like UCL have definitely adapted and become a better team, but it does feel like you said, like Manchester have opened the door, especially on that first fight when Spinach just hunts Loser down, thinking that the Justino is going to run out of the ultimate, run out of those dashes, and that he's going to get a kill confirmation, and it's literally just a bait and switch. Right? It's you make the Justino look really tasty, really easy for the kill, all the while you're calming your two teammates to set up on the sidelines and pincer in onto that removed and isolated member of Manchester, and as a result you're able to find the kills. And I think that is one of the problems for Manchester. A lot of the time they do think that they can just 1 versus 3 some of these squads, and as a result we see them either fighting 1 versus 3 or fighting in moments like this where they literally take a fight in the zone and decide to use their ultimates to draw it out even longer, as opposed to trying to use those to be able to reposition. Granted, Alan is actually hugging the sidelines of that zone to be able to come in with the dual blades, but at the same time you take a lot of corruption tick damage, and one of their players did have to revive in that fight as a result.
Yeah, Manchester not up to you know, the usual tricks that we kind of expected from them so far here in the tournament. But you know, UCL obviously coming out on top, really impressive stuff from there. I was impressed by Staffordshire as well, I think they did really good. Stafford were just, I mean, they were the second team to fall, really. Team, as in the 3 alive, because I know Scrub was hanging about just by his lonesome there for Warwick at the end. But they made it all the way to the end. They were getting some good fights off as well. Like, they were able to make it happen. It was really quite a beautiful stuff there, you know, as a team that, I believe right now they're maybe in like 6th place-ish in the standings. So finishing high here in game number 1, especially on LAN, where all those points mean more. As a reminder, we do have that 1.5 times multiplier here in our final weekend, and more games to play as well. If you are going to step up, it is going to be today, and Staff some very impressive stuff here. You can see UCL obviously were the dominating force here in this, in this game 1, but they were still able to kind of hold their own a little bit. This is the last fight of the game where, unfortunately for them, UCL just decided they were wanting to end it there and then. Sir Scrub coming through, obviously, after he realized he's not going to be able to win that 1v3 and he can come out of hiding. But no, impressive stuff there. I think obviously UCL doing some great stuff, but I do want to give a bit of a shout out to Staffs there for just how they were able to kind of make that final circle and make it happen. Yeah,
again, like Staffordshire, we can see throughout all of the weeks, they've understood as long as you survive, you're still always going to be coming in with points. Granted, it's not a lot of points because they play for survivability, as opposed to playing for points, and a low score multiplied by a higher number is still a lot of the time going to be a lower score than some of these teams who play aggressively and as a result may go down a little bit sooner but have more kills to be able to multiply.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you do, I mean, you got to get kills, but you got to finish highly as well. I think that's finding that sweet spot is important too. Just impressive stuff there overall, I would say. I think, you know, if we're looking at the teams that were kind of hovering around the kind of like 3, 4, 5 mark as well, all in all, I would say, like, it was, I mean, we had Kill knocking about there as well. I think the Montford was in that spot as well. I wasn't really seeing too much out of them from game 1, but we have 6 games here to play. 6 of them. We've only got through 1, and we're going to be heading to the second one in just a little bit after we've taken a nice cheeky little break. We'll see you soon. Game number 1, it's done, it's finished, it's in the books. We've got 5 more games to go here in the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Invitational here. My name is Fox. I'm joined by Moxie. We'll be bringing you game number 2 on Holoroth. Before we get into that, let's just a little bit of a reflection on game number 1, because that was a very, very intense game. Let's see how that's shaken up things here. Wow, UCL just absolutely leapfrogging their way into that 3rd spot right there. We were talking about, I think they were maybe 5th coming into today. That's absolutely crazy stuff. Like, these guys are, you know, we were talking about maybe there was a fight for 3rd place and they were in the running for that and took for that. Maybe
it's 2nd.
Dare I say 2nd place?
Yeah, maybe we see UCL leapfrog their way and take that 2nd spot away from Warwick. Manchester still going to be in the lead. However, it's definitely not the dominance that we saw from Manchester in the past. They were coming in already with 216 kills.
Yeah.
Fox, so only picking up into 236 does mean it's not quite attainable to be able to catch them. Maybe the scoreline's not going to reflect like over 300 for them to be able to take away. But I'm really excited to get to see what some of these teams are bringing to the table, because we saw some teams flirt with the Monk. It didn't really work out that great. We saw a couple of teams also try and use the Z-Ping. The fact that even though she's had a little bit of a nerf, a little bit of tweaking in solos, like, she's still kind of effective if you want to be able to survive slugfests as trios, given the fact that you literally get to survive before your HP goes down to 0 and knock back all of the players around you, which is
always helps.
Pretty effective in a trio fight.
I think especially, like, it was just the way that it's gone down here. Like, with just how the meta's kind of developing. So many skirmishes that we're seeing. I think Zipping is, better than average, I would say, in this particular setting here in trios. Game number 2 is underway. We're moving over to Holoroth here. UCL, our winners from the first game, quite impressively so as well, as we're going to take a little look-see here at what they're able to do at the beginning of this one. UCL loser now, focusing in on their opponent, going to get that first kill. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy for them. You can see Manchester's knocking about here as well. Spinach finding himself in maybe a little bit of a pickle, but it is a 2 versus 1 as Loser has brought exceptionally low. Mikassa's going to have to find a way to reset her health bar as well. My goodness, I just don't know what's going to be happening here. Is the University of Manchester falling down? Is UCL falling down? What's happening? Everyone is fighting here, Moxie.
Mikassa didn't actually get the reset that they were looking for. The Temi ultimate from AK actually catches them out before the reshield can go through. So Mikasa is still extremely low and might go down. Has to pop the emergency Yoda ultimate just to try and land the burst damage onto the members around them. And off of that, they will actually be able to put themselves onto a 4-kill streak, as I do believe they've been able to take down some of those players from Loughborough. As now reset, reshielded, they come back in to catch out those straggling members of UCL. And this is what we were talking about, right? Manchester are a very, very good team. Manchester have a lot of experience in NARAKA, and they can still win a fight even if their health is an absolute sliver, because they understand the window that you can use to be able to immediately turn a fight on your tide and just blitz off of one ultimate's usage into momentum and find a full squad wipe.
Much more we're used to seeing here at the beginning of game number 2, where everyone's fighting, but at the end of it, University of Manchester are just coming out on top. Easy peasy lemon squeezy for them. Obviously, they were fighting UCL there as well, right? So that was not exactly a free win for them or anything along those lines. But they are able to bring down our previous reigning winners from game number 1. Still very early days, of course, if you're new to NARAKA. These beginning parts of the game, the beginning stages, doesn't mean a huge amount. If you die, you are given a free revive, a free rebirth. So you see a lot of teams often go aggressive in that early drop and just try and, just try and get as many kills early as they can. Doesn't matter too much if you fall, because you are going to be able to get that rebirth. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And so UCL, yes, they died there, but they're not out of the game. We'll be seeing their names pop up eventually in no time at all, I'm certain of it. As you can see, Spinach now has found some more opponents. It is going to be Leeds. Danny Boy here is in a lot of trouble. My goodness. Imagine if there was full damage in this game. He would have broken his back. He would have been donezo right there, and he is out of there. I believe that actually might be him done. I was talking about the resurrection, the rebirth and whatnot coming through from early, but if you die for the second time, like that's, you know, you only get one. You can't get two. So I think that's unfortunate. Just as a little update here, guys, half of the lobby, I'm hearing, couldn't reconnect to that one. So that was a bit unfortunate. We can't be playing with only 8 teams. We need 16 in here. So we're going to have to redo that game. So that was a bit of a warm-up there. We're just seeing a little bit of warm-up scrims before the actual game, which will start soon here in a little bit. But I'm, you know, still, even though we only saw like 30, you know, a minute, not too long of that of that second game, you know, University of Manchester did win that fight against UCL.
Yeah, but I mean, look at the grapple lock. Look, they got to use the greatsword. You know how often we actually get to see a player let rip a full 2-charge right-click greatsword attack? Not often. Not often at all, because it's one of the easiest things to be able to parry in the entire game. The only way that you can actually let that rip is if your team creates the spacing for you and you catch them on the restart animation, and that's exactly what happens.
It's painful when it goes through, as you saw. I'm just hearing from production here as well. We're having some technical issues, which is, of course, it's an esports broadcast, it's LAN, it's going to happen, of course it does. So I'm hearing we're going to be thrown to a really short break, only 2 minutes, okay? Don't go anywhere. I promise we're going to get the next game coming on soon, okay? I pinky promise it, and pinky promises are sacred, okay? So we're coming to a break.
You wanna pinky promise?
We'll come back soon. Don't go anywhere, okay? We'll be there soon.
Good morning, crack student gamers, and welcome to the British University Esports Championship Spring 2022. It's been a long time coming, and we're now live from Insomnia. We're back bigger than ever. We have so much going on here.
It's a place for all competitive gamers to come along. Even if you're not amazing, you can still take part, which is really nice, and you meet so many different students from different unis. It's just really nice, like a fun place to be.
And the NSC, by being at Insomnia, is really amazing. Especially a small, isolated university like Oxford, it's great to meet other students who are into esports.
So we've got a spectator area where the student communities come and they're meeting up for the first time in probably 2 years, getting to watch the finals, and then we've also got the teams on stage playing against each other. And then also we've got a student LAN as well, as kind of like a mini LAN in a wider bring your own computer over the weekend. Super grateful for our sponsors. Our headline partner is Intel. We're also partnered with Barclays, Monster Energy, providing loads of Monster Energy to keep everyone fueled over the weekend. PC Specialist, Special Effects, and we're also partnered with Bucks as well.
Everyone in the university scene is so welcoming and so lovely. You don't see people like this anywhere else, like in a community together. And it's just all about creating those connections with different people, and it's just really amazing.
And we're back. Hello. We're going straight into game number 2. Don't even worry about us. Don't even worry about us. We're going to skip all the boring stuff and get straight into the action. Sorry about that. We had some technical difficulties, but they're all resolved and we're all sorted here. And we're getting into game number 2 on Holoroth. You can see some clusters of drops here. Certainly nothing comparing to game number 1, but a few little spots knocking about here and there where teams have decided to drop. See, a Tang seems to be a pretty hot and heavy position right here. So we're going to drop in a Warwick up against Durham, and Wicket is going to be brought down as his team member Crossmoon, trying to avenge his fallen brethren. It's going to be difficult though as he takes that parry to the face. And the rest of Warwick is knocking about here as well to punish him. And he will be soon for the fishes. He is donezo. Beautiful stuff right there. Very nice. What the hell? He's got 5 kills already. What even happened there? We just literally, guys, we've literally just gotten into game. Like, I can tell you, people watching at home, we've just gone into game because I was watching production do this one, right? I've watched them do it. They've loaded into game. We're like a minute in and Sir Scrub has obliterated everyone. I'm not so sure he'll find it easy to do here against the University of Manchester. Having said that, Mikasa has fallen down. That's one member gone already as Sir Scrub here is finding himself in a lot of trouble against Spinach. Spinach will finish him off and he is donezo, using that rebirth to get himself back alive. Here's Mikasa's found herself in a nice spot again, but my goodness, Warwick starting things off hot and heavy.
Yeah, Spinach actually able to come in with those revives on their teammates as well. But Warwick's definitely going to be pretty happy with how that went. That corridor is brutal to fight against nunchucks, especially if they have that full meter dump charged up. Like, it's so hard. There's hardly any distance for you to actually be able to distance yourself before you just get caught in the entire hit. And so we are going to see University of Manchester back up in full force, have spotted out a player and squad ahead of them, and they're immediately going to be pushing on forward. It looks like it's Manchester Met that they've been able to find this. We see that ability coming out very early from Alan. There's the staff into Cloud Formation, into Purple Focus to make sure that you hit every single member of that trio and keep them juggled up in the air, allowing your other members to be able to frame the fight and catch them as they hit the ground, shovel them 6 feet under, and call it a day.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff there from Manchester. That, honestly, you can see the power of the spear in a way there as well. Like this new weapon coming through, the newest weapon here in NARAKA. Might argue that some of these players are experienced playing against it, and that would work in your favor if you know how to wield that and how to navigate it, as Alan certainly does, as he put on a clinic with it right there. Very, very powerful things right there and very hard to play against. Saw him back over now to Warwick, who were a very, very aggressive start to things here in game number 2. Were obliterating everyone around where they dropped until they ran into Manchester. We did put them in their place a little bit, but from those rebirth charms have been able to come back alive and are looking for some more victims to paint the town red with. They've got 8 kills already to their name. A lot of kills so far here at the beginning of our second game. You can see there's people underneath them. I believe that's Nottingham here. It is just going to be sneaky deaky, hiding away, not wanting to get caught here by Warwick, playing a little bit scaredy. Oh, but they're going to get caught out. They've been spotted indeed, and Sir Scrub is looking for his next victim. It might just be Small Bun, as he's going to take a lot of damage there as well. Sir Scrub putting down the Wu Chen Fs, just trying to build that field right here so he can get a favorable fight, and it looks like he's going to find it. Nom is getting exceptionally low, mind you, as he is going to go for the reset with Sir Scrub's Wu Chen ulti. Just dipping out of there. University of Nottingham, very nicely done, bringing it toe-to-toe to Warwick, one of our better skirmishing teams. And now that we've got the reset from the Wu Chen ult, you have to feel like Warwick are going back in for another one. You thought you were safe, you thought you were out of it, Nottingham, but you are, in fact, because Warwick are now running away after going back in. But now it's Nottingham who've turned it around. Nottingham are deciding they're the ones who want to go for this fight instead. Just going to have to try and walk away from this one if you are Warwick instead. Just going to turn it around, tell a lie or two. Small Bun is falling exceptionally low. Nova will be the one to pick that one up. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute massacre. Holy moly, Nottingham turning that one around, cornering Warwick and just obliterating everyone up against the wall. That was disgusting. It's now all down and over here to avenge his teammates. Can he do it? It's going to be very difficult to do so in a 2v1 situation now that the Yoto ultimate's fallen down, but he actually does pick up a kill. That's TXK falling down there from Nottingham. It's a pure 1v1. A great parry coming through against Nova, however. Exceptionally low on half health in no armor, just a grey weapon in a 1 versus 2. Small bun on the side is going to pick up that kill with the finishing blow. My goodness, Nottingham just turned that around. That was exceptional by those guys.
Yeah, and Nova actually lets the blue focus go as well, and you can actually see the second time they expect it. They actually anticipate the parry after the 1-2 comes out, and Nova has to cancel it out. However, you are just a lone Yoto. You've already used your ultimate. You're not going to be able to use that one to be able to reposition, nor be able to burst the damage onto the health bars of your enemies around you to be able to clear the space to go for the revives on your fallen teammates. You just get grapple cancelled to absolute infinity and back as we head over and have a look at University of Manchester, who are heading over towards the Rift Dealer. Going to pick themselves up a Bane's Breath going to be coming on through for this team, where they decided to drop it on that map. And that's going to be something that a lot of these players are going to have to be pretty concerned about, right? Moonsbane can be really strong in being able to control some of the spacing on this map, and especially things like Gates of Yang, you can actually use it to hold hostage players from actually entering that space.
Oh. Sorry, as excited as I am to talk about the Gates of Yang and all that stuff, there was it was the roller. The roller went through, it came round the corner, and I was like, oh, someone's going to get caught. Maybe Coventry, maybe Loughborough, one of these two. But no, it's not. No one's getting caught in the roller, unfortunately. It's just each other fighting here as Rally now takes a lot of damage from Loughborough in a 3 versus 1 situation. Certainly not something that he wants to find himself in, as it is Burnsy going to be able to pick that one up. And Coventry Phoenix coming out on top of this one. 3 kills now for these guys here in game number 2. Probably will against Loughborough there, who unfortunately for those guys are going to have to enter the Shadow Realm and find their ways to come back alive. Those rebirth charms are still active, so they will be able to come back for a second go of things here instead. We did see here Lancaster actually just find themselves some kills. I didn't quite see who it was against, but they've been able to pick themselves up some here as well. 6 kills now to their total.
2 of their teammates are running legendary armor.
It's not bad. Pretty well protected, I'd say.
Pretty well picked up as well so early on in the game. They're going to be feeling very happy.
Imagine having epic armor and being the least armored person on your team.
Yeah. Coventry Phoenix, however, are definitely a team that I think we're going to have to watch out for, because they're running Monk, but they're actually running it with Karumi. So one criticism that we have actually seen from some of these teams is they want to run Monk because they think, oh, it's cool, burst damage, we're going to be able to control the spacing of fights as well. When we go for that ultimate, we're going to just immediately force so many players to just run away from us. But if you don't run a Karumi or a Temi as that support to be able to back the Monk up, we see that teams not only even need to just go for the disengage, they can just choose something like a repeating crossbow and melt the Monk's health if he's not coming with purple armor. But there's the Bane's Breath coming on through, and it's actually being used to try and police the spacing and positioning of the Morris Blessing that's out. But this is UCL's. This isn't Manchester's. This is UCL using this to be able to get on top of that box, pick themselves up a nice little bit of loot with their Temi, take it back to their team, and all entirely uncontested.
I've watched a lot of NARAKA, I've played a lot of NARAKA, I've cast a lot of NARAKA, and I think one of my favorite things still about this game is when you take an arrow shot, it just stays there for a good like 30 seconds. And so he just flinches like, oh, he just gets shot, and then it's just hanging out of his arm for the rest of the time. He's flinging about, especially with how much the models move in this game, like the character models, because they're always skipping and dancing around. It's always brilliant. It tickles me. I'm not going to lie. It does tickle me a little bit. As we saw one of those Gates of Yang go down 3, easy peasy lemon squeezy, and this one, Coventry, unfortunately, were not able to come out on top of this one. They struggled a little bit here instead. Was it Manchester who was in that as well?
Manchester,
it was, yeah. So yeah, a bit tough right there. They saw the glowing portal, like, ooh, shiny, what's in here? And unfortunately, it was Manchester was in there, and that's certainly not what you want to find. They're going to have to resurrect there. And of course, with that debuff there. If they don't find some kills in 4 minutes time, they will be smited off of the map, going back to the lobby and having to wait for game number 3. That is the big punishment. High risk, high reward. And unfortunately for those guys, they found the risk and none of the reward.
Staffordshire at the moment finding themselves down a member. It looks like the Z-Ping was the one chosen to be the sacrificial goat and take the damage on the front line to allow the rest of the team to be able to reposition. Doesn't ring the bell, doesn't want to give that position away, as we are heading over to UCL, who picked themselves up off of that free Gate of Yang. A Vermilion Bird's Might. There were 2 doors. Behind one was Manchester with a kill switch. Behind the other was Great Reward, and UCL got definitely a better bargain than Coventry Phoenix did, as they are going to be hunting down just immediately on a timer, trying to find a fight, trying to get as aggressive as possible, as we actually do see a grapple cancel come through. The Matari F ability coming out very early on to try and escape out of that negative impact, and they know now it's not going to be there, so you can just keep them stagger locked. There's absolutely no way that they're going to be able to escape.
Easy as you like right there for UCL. Very nicely done, as now they're finding a little bit of pain from the ranged weapons. That's Lancaster coming through, looking to put some damage down. It's going to be a tough fight for them up against UCL, but here we're getting a nice lockdown here. Loser forced to pop that F there on the Justina, and now pops the ulti. That's going to go through the whole team. You mentioned Justina plus Temi. How is that fair? You're seeing right here, it's not fair. UCL are just going to blast their way through here. Lancaster have nothing to say about it, as the last member falls. Cole's Law is going to go down. And easy as you like there for UCL. Their synergy with those ultimates proved to be just way too much, and you can see really powerful team comp in those situations.
Yeah, it's a really big investment to the fight, right? You have to burn 2 ultimates at least to be able to secure it, but with the Temi wall coming through, you pretty much guarantee you're not going to get third-partied, especially because we're not really seeing a lot of Temis come through in this lobby, but we are seeing a Viper ultimate coming through at the moment, and again, the stun is able to connect onto a Takeda. Staffordshire, unfortunately, is probably going to lose that Takeda off of that Viper stun connecting. They didn't actually have something like a Matari to immediately be able to break line of sight with that ultimate and turn your entire team invisible, so as a result, they take the stun, and Xeno has not been able to get very far away from the rest of their teammates. They'll be joining them pretty close in the next lobby. They'll all be back up bunched together. However, it's definitely not going to be a way that they want to go out. It's still pretty early in this lobby. 22 players still going to be gunning, still alive and running. But UCL, I think, are definitely well on their way of being able to walk away as one of the victors of this lobby. However, that's legendary armor on a monk.
Yep.
That's the player that you ferry all your loot to. Now you just need to find a better weapon for him, and you're going to be really on your way to make sure that that Transformer comp is going to be pretty nasty indeed.
Unfortunate there for Staffordshire falling down to Manchester Met. A really good lockdown from the Viper. I don't think we haven't seen a lot of Vipers. I think these team compositions, team fight compositions, I should say, are pretty uncommon, because we've seen so much skirmishing happening here. And Staffs, who were able to finish in top 3 in the last game, are going to come out quite early here. And Manchester Met, big up to them, because these guys have really struggled. I think they might even be our 16th place team here so far in the tournament. So good on them finding that team wipe. Very nicely done, as UCL are going to be also finding their team wipe too. Very nicely done for those guys, but only 7 kills under their belt right now. It's you know, these guys look dominant, but every time I see them, it's not like they're farming the lobby in the same way that Manchester often does when they look dominant. So we'll have to see, like, as the games progress, you know, if you can still, you know, if you finish first, you got a handful of kills. That's still very nicely done. But you know, we saw those insane kill stats that Manchester were able to pull through, like 200 kills coming into this weekend. Absolutely ridiculous. And even UCL being as dominant as they were in that first game and looking like they're doing well in this one too. Just a very different style of players. They now found University of Manchester, who were able to actually do some very sexy things earlier on in this game, but it looks like maybe, just maybe, that was the only opportunity for these guys to do so, as they are going to fall down here UCL just proving to be too much. A wrecking ball coming through here on the Holoroth. So Coventry Phoenix knocking about, but I don't think they want to take this fight either. UCL, easy as you like, picking up another kill, another bunch of kills to their name. That's kill number 10 for them here in game number 2.
UCL, I think, are a little bit more traditional in their tempo pacing of NARAKA trios, right? In competitive play, they play for the long con. They look for those lockdowns on players. They wait for their opportunity. Like, they saw a monk transform in their face, and they ran instead of immediately engaging, as opposed to last week when we saw Manchester run into a monk, and they took it as a challenge. They literally took it as a glove slap to the face to see if whether or not they would be able to win that duel, and win that duel they did. And sort of against that grain, we do have UCL, who are coming in being a little bit more measured, a little bit more tempered in the aggression that they have, but still absolutely killing it with team synergy. The Temi ultimates have been absolutely stellar. The Justina ultimates to be able to follow on through just as good. As we are going to move over to Manchester Met. They do still have that Monk alive. They do still have that legendary armor for Chick Vic to be able to play with. However, they're also going to be taking a little bit of petty revenge coming through from Luffer's rally because he had Poison Splash.
Yes, just a little bit right there. I'm very impressed though with Manchester Met. As I mentioned, these guys have really struggled so far here in the tournament, but they got 6 kills already, and they've taken it to Loughborough right here, and
they might get more.
They might as well. Yeah, it seemed like Rally falls down, but the rest of his team are hiding very nearby.
Super close. They might go for the revive, but that timer is about to burn out, so they have to make a decision. Do you give away your position and look for the engagement, or do you let your player go down? And I think they've actually let him go down.
I've never heard that voice line before. Did you hear that?
What, Z-Ping, why are they attacking me?
Yeah.
That's the engagement line. It's don't let your doctors die, and why are they attacking me?
I love that. Absolutely love that. I've really only ever heard NARAKA in Chinese from when I'm, well, not only ever heard it, but like when I'm casting, I've only ever heard it from in the NBPL. So you don't get to hear those little nuggets right there. As I mean, I'm just completely off topic here as one of the biggest fights of the entire game just dropped here. Probably not the best time for me to get mesmerized by Z-Thing's voice lines, but Manchester and UCL did go up against it. The two titans here that we have, especially today, the scoreboard might not show it so far as UCL on a resurgence, but the previous winners of game number 1 and the number 1 team so far here in Manchester did get that fight, and it was Manchester who came out on top this time around. So unlike game number 1, Manchester get their revenge here in game number 2. Speaking of Manchester, it's Manchester Met now. They have found Coventry Phoenix. I think it might just be the one lone member right here on that transform. It's going to time out relatively soon. He is, Ashery is just going to try and run away. He is all by himself. He's pretty geared up, but still, 1 versus 3 is not going to work. He's probably just trying to hide around and finish as high as he can for those placement finishes. And Manchester not trying to push their luck too much, but instead just disengage from that transformed monk.
Speaking of finishing, Loser unfortunately got found out by Manchester's Spinach.
So they're out.
So UCL unfortunately going to be taking a little bit of an early dip. It looked really strong for them, but again, they ran into Manchester at just the wrong time. It's such an investment for that team to be able to win those fights so decidedly. Dumping 2 ultimates into every fight that you come through, it's always a risk, right? As we are going to see Manchester charging up that left click on the Great Sword. Whether or not they're actually going to let it rip remains to be seen, as there's the Matari ultimate, and Mikasa now having to go on the defensive to make sure that they're not going to go down to the backstab. As the right click comes on through, Manchester trying to hopefully make space for this Yodo to be able to work with. Mikasa is actually able to find the kill on to Manchester. Met's Matari will be able to live and upgrade that purple armor into a really tasty legendary.
Very nicely done right there in the civil war between the Manchester universities. That is kill number 24 here, Moxie, for University of Manchester, just in game number 2. You can see why these guys have such high kill totals overall so far in this tournament, as Durham's Crossed Moon is going to fall as well. With UCL out of it here, you have to feel like Manchester are feeling pretty confident about coming through the rest of this game here. There's only 5 other players alive, and these 5 are going to be really up against it to contest Manchester. We haven't even mentioned how purple and yellowy their gear is, which is the best colors here in NARAKA as far as your gear is concerned. And just as a 3-man unit, absolutely hounding people down here. It's wicked. He just witnessed his Durham teammate fall down, and now he himself is going to have to answer the bell, and he does fall down. 4 other players left alive right here for Manchester to pick them off as they please, and that looks like exactly what they're going to do here.
Oh, for Mac, the only
He's
player
sneaky,
alive for
sneaky.
Kiel. He's on the Wu Chen, so he does have repositioning available. The problem is he is towards the worst part of the zone, and it is a late zone. He is going to be taking a big chunk of corruption damage, and he only has 2 health potions rather, available for him. As Zone Corruption Tick entirely ignores the armor that you're running, as he is just gonna try and sneak his way to survive a little bit longer. He's alone in his squad as well, which means I think Ashavi as well is alone for his. So Manchester may well be the only full squad currently left in this lobby. They're going to pick themselves up a bounty scroll, which is immediately, oh, it's for Mac. It's immediately going to give the Wu Chen's position away. He's going to know. He does get the immediate flash up that he needs to be bodyguarded. But you can just see that he's going to be caught the second that he tries to run up those cliffs, as they've sent Spinach, the guard dog on the Z-ping, coming on through with this dagger and absolutely mincing through the Wu Chen shield. There's the teleportation, there's the ultimate coming on through, and it's actually going to propel him backwards, but Manchester anticipated this and are immediately going to be able to find him, because here's the thing, he's got the bounty target on his head. That bounty target gives you an indicator. That red circle on the map shows where the Wu Chen is, and as a result, it moves when the Wu Chen ults.
Unfortunate there for Thamac getting that bounty on his head, and University of Manchester just oh my god, that is horrifying. That is utterly horrifying. Who was the observer? Who was in charge of that? Who did that?
I heard a giggle. I heard a giggle from that side of the room.
That was utterly... Can we see it again?
Well, Ashavi is just going to be doing this, right? There's 6 players left alive. 3 of those players are Manchester.
Zoom in, you cowards. Zoom in. I want to see his beautiful pearly whites.
I want to see what's in this Mora's Blessing and the soldiers that Manchester are just absolutely stacked with at the moment. This team is terrifying. This team is terrifying when they're running Greys. This team is even more scary when they're running near full legendaries.
So there it is. 2 members of Loughborough plus the Coventry Phoenix guy and University of Manchester. They're the last 6 players remaining here in game number 2, as this pyre is going to get lit up. The sparks of battle here as Manchester run into Luff. It's a 3 versus 2. Loughborough definitely not up against good odds in this one. Salt is going to fall down, as does Damon. It's just the University of Manchester and that lone Coventry Phoenix player. Manchester here really turning things around from that first game where they did struggle. They went out relatively early, and, you know, UCL coming out on top, and we were praising them, and it was all good stuff. Very nicely done. Manchester, though, regaining their throne in this one. We came in today, high expectations for this team to absolutely dominate, as they had been doing so far in the tournament, and I don't think this singular monk is going to have anything to say to the contrary, as game number 2 is going to fall. It is going to be done, and it's University of Manchester who come out on top.
Ashavi's still going to be feeling pretty happy with themselves, though, right? Like, your goal was just to survive. You were the lone monk in your team. However, we cannot take away from an absolute dominant performance coming through from Manchester. This is what we expected to see coming through from this team. And when they come into that final fight, they're like, oh, cool. This is Z-Thing ultimate. Well, we have Earthshaker, so we're just gonna left-click charge up our Greatsword, and we're just gonna spin all the way through your ultimate healing.
Yep.
And as a result, they just, again, immediately burst through the abilities, burst through the shields, don't allow any time for a reset either. Like, there is no escape. There is no disengagement. There is no reshielding. There is no rehealthing. No, you die.
Yeah, and so did the entire lobby. They all died. I think Manchester had like 25 kills or something utterly grotesque like that. at the end of that game. And I think most importantly, as we are seeing here, the dominance from this squad. They went through UCL to do it. And UCL were our previous winners here in game number 1. They looked very, very solid. And in that first game, UCL were coming up against the likes of Warwick, who are second place. Manchester, they fought on multiple occasions and come out on top as well. So the fact that Manchester were able to kind of rally back from that first game and pull it out here in game number 2, and honestly, quite a dominating fashion. Like, at no point were we watching them thinking, gosh, these guys are really struggling. They made it happen. They made it happen in University of Manchester style, which was exceptionally bloody, exceptionally fast-paced, and exceptionally dominant.
Yeah, again, like UCL, like their comp, I love what they did. I love this fight in particular because this is literally all of the hypothesis that this comp should be in play. Temi ultimate into Justina ultimate, freeze everybody.
Yeah.
I call it the snow globe. It's so good.
I love that. I love
it's
that.
So strong because what can you do? Justina freezes out more than half of the heroes in NARAKA out of their ultimate if you get caught in that freeze blitz. And as a result, because you're stuck inside the Temi ultimate, you're trapped. There's nothing you can do.
It's really nice to see Justina's freezes be used aggressively. I feel like oftentimes she's picked because she has that stasis, and you can use the freeze to get distance to disengage and like freeze people as you're running away. So like it's a really good defensive tool. But seeing people combine it with Tumult, with that Sandstorm to make aggressive plays, it is refreshing to see it, and it's a very powerful combo, and really, really beautiful stuff. And this was the fight here. This was the UCL UAM fight here as well. Like, it was, I mean, oh, Mikasa, what the hell, Mikasa? We missed that, but my goodness, she just absolutely blade stormed her way through UCL.
Shaker.
That was gross. That was utterly dumb. Oh my goodness.
Earthshaker, when you have Earthshaker and it gives you the confidence to be able to let rip that charged up left click.
Yes.
It just allows you to blitz through teams. And this was like one of the criticisms that we had of UCL's roster and composition. It played very close to each other. Like, they were very clumped up in their positioning. So as a result, when you have Earthshaker and you have that greatsword, it may not be legendary, but it's still purple. It still has so much bite to its bark. When you actually let that rip, it's going to connect onto nearly all of the members of UCL, displace them, if not just kill them.
Yeah, it was really, really gross, and very nicely played here by UAM. Like, their gear was OP, their skills were OP, and it was really like just a very standard Manchester game for these guys. As here's the overall scoreboard here, not just from this game, but from all the games that we've played so far, as we have completed game number 2 here in LAN. We've got 4 more games up ahead here after this one being done here, and you can see with Manchester coming through on the first place still. Beautiful stuff right there. Almost 500 points coming through for these guys. Really, really impressive stuff, and just absolutely beautiful, very dominant play by these guys. All right, we've got a nice, beautiful interviewer here for our games here today. Hello, Mr. Interviewer. And can we hear him? Can we hear him? Hello, Mr. Can I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello?
Do we hear you? I don't know. I don't hear him, but yeah, we hear him. Excellent stuff.
Right,
okay,
great,
cool. What's up? Do you want to introduce yourself? How you doing? What's up? How you doing?
I'm James, also Kirby, play for Team Salford.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're a local boy here
Yeah,
as
who are
well.
you guys as well? I actually don't know your names.
I'm playing for Team No One because I'm not good enough to be here.
Yeah.
Moxie's much better than me. Who do you play for?
Oh, I play for myself.
Oh,
I'm a Yoda
selfish.
Souls. No, I'm Moxie. Lovely to meet you.
All right, nice.
Yes, we're here. We shout basically when you do cool things. So please keep doing cool things. And yeah, how are you finding the games here though today? You having fun?
Yeah, it's quite a lot. It's a lot of fun being able to talk to all the other teams in person because it's nice, like talking to them online and saying they're all bad. But it's better saying it to their face.
Better say it to their face.
Yeah.
And you haven't been clapped back just yet.
No. I mean, Manchester wouldn't dare,
No.
No, of course not.
Okay, fair enough. Not off the lobby, but maybe in the lobby, just a little bit of aggression, a little bit of
in
violence.
the room as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a couple bouts.
Cool. No, I'm fine. So you're at university itself. So it didn't take you too long. I was at the co-op earlier today, and I saw your university.
Yeah.
So it's been very difficult for you to get here.
Oh yeah.
How was like the travel? Maybe a bit of jet lag coming through. Is it affecting
It's like when
your
my mum
plays?
used to go to school. Uphill both ways, 20 miles, and
Yeah.
it's a bit much, honestly.
It's
I
tough.
don't think it was worth it coming here. The journey's too long, and
Yeah.
I lost a couple
Well,
lives on the way.
we're very impressed with what you've been now to do, all things considered. To be
Yeah.
honest, like it is nice. And but you know, more somewhat. No, obviously, that was very seriously, but very. How are you finding just the games in general? Like not just meeting the players and stuff, but in general, like what's it been like playing some NARAKA?
It's been very fun. It's kind of like Overwatch, where I can just blame my team. And it's all their fault. None of it's my fault.
Of course, it's
You know,
any
I think
team
I'm-
game. Any single team game, it's always your team's fault.
I mean, it is my team's fault. I think I'm doing far better than anyone else.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's why I'm winning. That's why I've come first every time.
Yes,
Yeah.
as we've been seeing in all the games.
Otherwise, it's just a lot of fun. It's definitely similar to certain games I've played in the past. I know other people I played those games with have moved on to NARAKA. I didn't really start playing it until very recently because I wasn't really sure I wanted to play it. But, you know, free game and it's
I
been a
think
lot
you're
of
doing
fun.
pretty well considering you just started.
Yeah, thanks.
That's
I
kinda
mean,
mental,
I've spent
actually.
a lot of hours practicing.
Yeah, well, that's good. So hopefully you can get your hands on some nice little, nice prize pool. So you can maybe eat, instead of like instant noodles, you can get slightly less.
I cook my own noodle. I'm not like.
he's
I
not-
actually saw the stream once where you guys talked about making pot
Yeah,
noodles.
yeah.
Pasta,
I don't like
Yeah,
pot
yeah.
noodles. That's just.
No,
That's
it is
that's no.
gross. It is a bit gross.
Yeah.
And once you have too many of them, you can feel it, and it's not good.
When you have one, you can feel it. You just add hot water. It's horrible.
I have one more question before we're going to let you go. Do you have
Yeah.
an exam tomorrow?
Exams. Next week,
Next
I've got
week.
next week Wednesday. I've got a maths exam, and then the week after I've got another exam.
But you're good for this coming week.
Do I care about the exams? Not really. No, yeah, I'm good. I'm
Well,
good.
all right, brilliant. Okay, so average student interview right here.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
just sit in the room and not care about the exams. Just play
Good stuff.
games.
Well, thank you very much for being here, Kirby, and good luck for the rest of the games.
Thank
We're
you.
going to throw to a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll have game number 3, where we'll see Kirby, who keeps coming in first place. That's right?
Yeah, first place.
First place every time. Among some of the other players competing, the lesser players obviously competing as well. We'll see you soon. Game number 3 coming up very shortly here. We've had 2 games go through already, and UCL won game number 1. Manchester back to scheduled broadcasting, winning game number 2. All to play for here, though, in game number 3, seeing how things continue. Is UCL going to keep their resurgence up, playing that underdog role, or is Manchester going to continue to snuff it out? It's going to be very difficult to see, and that's why we're very excited to see what's happening. I'm excited. I'm Foxtrot, and this is Moxie, and I believe she's excited. Is she excited?
Yeah, I'm excited.
She is excited. Excellent. As we're going back to Morris Isle here for our 3rd game of the series. What are you looking forward to in this next one?
Honestly, the matchup between UCL and Manchester, again. Like, I want to know what would have happened in that fight if Mikasa just didn't come in with Earthshaker.
Yeah.
Like, how would it have gone? Would we have seen the wombo combo again of that Temi ultimate combined with the Justina catching Manchester out? Because, like, they would have to find a way to try and outplay it. The only way that I think they might have been able to do that was by dropping a Temi ultimate of their own to be able to negate the slow effect. But it's still, like, up in the air. Pun.
Aha.
Yeah, see? Even when I don't intend it, I still pun. That is the magic of an English literature degree. We are going to immediately move over towards Morris Isle and have a look at Kiel. Have been able to find a single fight at the moment going up against LUU, who are trying to find any loot that they can, as it started pretty aggressively pretty quickly, and some of these players haven't actually picked up a weapon. Damaji being one of those. The Z-Ping just trying to come in with the melee and stop the revive from going off. Unfortunately, your opponent has found a weapon, and though they came close, Famak is able to come in with a musket, keep the Z-Ping alive, and they can loot the body and take the greatsword that almost took their life.
Very, very close indeed. Maybe a little bit cocky, trying to come up against a greatsword with nothing but your feetsies. Tough stuff, but does come out on top, bailed out by her teammates at the end of the day. And Kiel, they're going to pick up some kills for themselves. They've been a little bit quiet today as well, as one of the teams that was pretty much joint in that 3rd spot. Very highly rated coming into this weekend, trying to pick up some more points as this day continues. Manchester now on your screen, the winners of our previous game. Spinach just spinning around the map, picking up as much loot as he can. As we're swapping back over to Kiel, who's Doma has found himself up against Manchester Met. Now, Met was a team who has not been doing too well so far, but in the last game, they really stepped it up. And here they are again, finding themselves some kills. That's the 4th kill in total, and looking for the rest of Kiel as their victims. Hawkey's going to fall, and now it is Loughborough coming through for that 3rd party. But I don't think Manchester Met care at all. They're just going to be bringing these guys down as well. Damon is going to fall very shortly. The Mac is going down. Oxford has joined the fray as well. My goodness, everyone and their mums is involved in this one. So much fight coming through, and Oxford with the transforms as well. You can see the Terracotta Warrior just swinging around with those wide polearm attacks, getting so much damage through right here. So much happening as well with UCL joining the fray. And I think that's got to be the warning bells right there to run away when UCL join in here instead. Manchester Met trying to get that last hit onto Oxford. Doesn't quite find it, as it is DMU instead. The Montford is now here too. Literally everyone is here, Moxie. It's all happening.
Manchester. University of Manchester on, but do you know who is? UCL are about to join the fray as well. But De Montfort with a transformation of their own. Fluffy comes on through, finds a double grab, and will be able to find a kill shot off of the back of it. Punts one of our Justinas immediately into the ground, as we see loser for UCL having to actually retreat and lick their wounds before looking for that re-engagement. And re-engage they will. They know that Fluffy doesn't have the transformation! The counter! The grapple shot into a blue focus is immediately turned on its head, but Loser's still going to be able to come out on top.
Wow. Very nicely done right there from Loser. That is a great display of mechanics. Damon hiding around behind it. Oh, there's another parry. Yeah, like you can hide as much as you want, but when it really comes to it, Loser's got your number. He's got the parries, and you're going to suffer. You're going to struggle. Even with this burnout being popped here, Not quite sure it's enough for Damon as he is going to fall down. And that is Loughborough's last remaining member gone. As UCL picking up some more kills from themselves. And wow, it all just kicked off in that area. There was so much scrapping at the end of it.
Yeah.
UCL do come out on top. They are the victors, but a lot of kills coming down to different teams.
I mean, that was just magic. Baiting out the focus by making you think that you're going to get grapple cancelled, and then catching them as you jump out of the grapple with the parry jump. Ooh, loser! Loser! That is movement. That is tech. As we get to move over and have a look at Warwick at the moment, who've just been able to win themselves a fight. They're still running Sir Scrub on this Wu-Chan. They're still running with this Yodo Wu-Chan, but they don't actually have the Viper to lock people into position. Instead, they're running the Takeda. So a lot of burst damage, a lot of space creation, but not really the crowd control that you're looking for. Yeah, the Takeda stagger does come through when the ultimate hits, but it's definitely not the same 5 seconds that a Viper can buy you. As we move over to University of Manchester, who are actually running Takeda, Yoto, and Zping. This is something that they do like to run with normally a Taka instead of the Takeda, so you can see that they want burst damage at the moment as they just burst straight through to you. And that is immediately going to be another kill picked on up for University of Manchester, as well as fully securing themselves all of the loot in the surrounding area of Sunwings.
That was Durham University, Manchester's latest victim. Already these guys acquiring 4 kills under their belt. Relatively speaking, for what we see of Manchester, I'd say this is somewhat of a slow start as far as the kills go. At this point, you know, we've played, what, a few minutes? There should be about 10, 20 kills at this point in the game. But I'm sure there's plenty of time for these guys to find the rest of their kills and the actions. And yeah, exactly. Spinach has found Manchester Met here instead, as though the fight comes through, as Alan just looking to join his teammates. Now, this has been a weakness of Manchester in the past, where they go a little bit too far forward and they find themselves in trouble in that 1 versus 3, and their teammates don't come through in time and they get punished. This time around, that's not going to happen. Manchester Met not able to bring Spinach down by himself before the cavalry arrives, and now that the reinforcements are here, Manchester is going to fall instead. A great musket shot right there, actually, from Alan to finish off Lalataku. And it is just some more kills for these guys under their belt.
Yeah, great peel as well, actually, from Alan on that Zping. Cutting back so that you can give your teammate the bubble, knowing that you're fighting a Viper and that you really don't want to have everyone get stunned and isolated. As we move over and have a look at University of Nottingham at the moment, trying to come in through a Blink Strike into Thunder Strike, and they are actually able to take out Schmogel. I know that's one of your favorite names in the lobby at the moment, and it's probably a pretty favorable name for Nottingham at the moment, as they were able to pretty easily pick up that kill.
I wonder if that is a Friday Night Dinner reference, Schmogel. I don't know if you've seen that show or not, but I think that might just be. That's one of my
they're
favorite
in
shows.
person, so you can just
That's
go
true,
down the
actually.
hall
I
and
need
ask
to
them
walk up
after
to them.
this.
Genuinely, actually, that is a good shout. I'm actually going to ask that. And if you're watching at home and you're interested in the answer, which I'm sure you are, obviously. Everyone's so invested in this right now, the etymology of this guy's name. I'm going to find out, and I'm going to share with you all what the answer is and where that name came from. For now, we're stuck here. I can't go and ask him. It would probably be a little bit distracting if we went up to him right now. And I'd leave you by yourself, Moxie, and then, oh gosh, it would just be a complete chaos here instead. Which is, to be honest, what we're looking for. We do want chaos here in NARAKA, but more in the lobby than outside of it, as we're seeing Warwick here now with 6 kills in total for these guys. A bit quiet in game number 2, but with high expectations coming into this weekend as 2nd rated overall team. Sir Scrub, the guy on your screen right now, especially, I would say individually speaking, is a very talented NARAKA player and has been doing some very, very exciting stuff and playing a lot of Wu Chen today so far. And just want to see if their team can rack up some more kills, with the likes of UCL coming up from just underneath them, maybe looking to contest them in that 2nd place spot.
Gate of Yang as well, definitely going to be trying to bait some of these players into that open 1v1 contest. High risk. And for some of these players, like, it's always a gamble. If you want to go in and chance maybe running into some free loot or just running into a fight, at least it allows you to be able to pin down some of these players without the risk of that third party. Third partying is the bane of every single trio player's existence at the moment, as we actually do see Salford might have been able to spot Warwick out a little bit ahead of them. Starting to head towards one of the bells in Celestra. If they ring it, they're probably going to get some pretty nice intel, as we do see a bounty currently on the head of Nova at the moment, which is why that Salford are starting to move towards the vicinity. Just charging up some of those skill rushes, checking some of these buildings, wanting to get a little bit of a better lay of the land before they look for that active engagement, as we do actually see Manchester, a team that are pretty aggressive, deciding that, yeah, they're going to take that aggression, they're going to take it straight into a gate of Yang. They enter. Whether or not they're going to run into a team remains to be seen. Whoever they run into, if there is a team, however, are going to have to get through them unless they take that Yang depletion, as we have a look at Nottingham. But here's the action. There's Kirby, the Tarkamine himself, taking a lot of fire. Tarkamine like fire, but not that sort. As Sir Scrub with the nunchucks brings a whole bunch of heat to the table and will be able to find that kill, dropping that Soul Blade block to make sure that he's able to pick through the body and also get a little bit of a refresh before the members are looked to be engaged upon by Sir Scrub, rather Kirby's opposing team. As this is actually Manchester with the Mystic Might. They picked up from that Gate of Yang without contest, and they're immediately going to come forward. But there's the Nunchuck meter dump coming through from Sir Scrub. You don't see it coming, even with Mystic Might. It's still going to absolutely shred your shield. And as a result, Spinach actually has to turn his attention to the center of the fight, immediately pushing onto the members of Nova, who actually gets occupied. Nom goes down very early on once again. There's the TP coming through from Sir Scrub to allow them to carry out Nom's body and try and find a revive, the safe space. But University of Manchester, again, they know that that escape tool has been removed. Now they just have to find which room they ran into. They've been able to spot them out. They've been able to corner lock them. And Alan is actually able to find Manchester met, because we had a switcheroo. They were looking for Manchester for Sir Scrub, and instead they ran into their Civil War partners.
Just shocking stuff, isn't it? Where Sir Scrub leads his pursuers into a different team every single time. I swear this happens, man. And I think honestly, he's just got that now down to a T. And because he's playing the Wu Chen as well, like, he's able to actually teleport his team away when they find themselves in a sticky situation. Even if they've already been downed, you can teleport your teammates' gravestones or the cans away to safety and then pick them up later. And because Sir Scrub, you know, is individually, I would argue, one of the better players that we have here at the University Invitational, especially on his team as well. Like, he's always the last one alive because he knows how to keep himself alive. So it makes a lot of sense, honestly, to have him on that Wu Chen for that reason. But Manchester, even though they just won that fight versus Warwick and Warwick were able to run away, they found them again. Manchester looking to bring them down for good this time around. It is Sir Scrub who's just getting staggered left, right, and center. Not going to be happy in this one. Trying to survive as best he can, as Nova, you can see, running for the hills with Spinach. Not too happy about that one. Spinach instead looking to bring Nova down. I think that was Sir Scrub who actually died, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, Sir Scrub is out of it. He's not going to be around to save his team and to pick them up afterwards. It's just Nova now in that 1v1 versus Spinach. Spinach may have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew, but pops the ultimate here instead on that Takeda and is bringing down a world of hurt. Plus the parry. There is just nothing you can do about that one. Very nicely done by Manchester. And Warwick will fall.
Yeah, Nova, unfortunately, being a little bit predictable, lets a couple too many blue focuses go through. And as a result, Spinach isn't expecting them to pull the punch and go for that focus cancel. Instead, expects it to fully commit. And as a result, Nova just immediately lands into the lap of that parry. Whether they were trying to go for the full meter dump to just turn into golden focus and try and turn it on their opposer, or whether or not it was just that charged up left click or right click held a little bit too long, remains to be seen. However, it is just University of Manchester again notching another kill into their belt, and a pretty early exit as well. So Scrub, like, I like this amendment to their composition, right? Because he was always surviving. He was always one of the last players in the lobby, but he would be running either like a Viper or a Matari. But when you use the Wu-Chen, like, you do get the rest of your teammate as well as the bodies of your teammates, and that was another criticism, that Nom would go down very early on, and then they just wouldn't be able to recover because they didn't have that extra hand locking these players into position.
But here's a question for you, Moxie. Does this adaptation, which makes a lot of sense for saving his teammates, actually cost Warwick because he's not on a hero that can actually make plays and be aggressive and be the star of the show?
Well, Wu-Chen can actually still be pretty aggressive. We've actually seen, since Z-Ping got nerfed, in the Pro League and also in Worlds at the moment, players will pick Wu-Chen instead of Z-Ping because you get golden focus on your F ability. So you can still play super aggressively, and you can use that golden focus to be able to slide out of combo strings from your aggressors. And it's really efficient, as we are going to see Sulfid now back from that soul altar, and Kirby is peeved. He is turning those nunchucks into absolute machines of death and will be able to drop Demonfit's Hydro and should be able to get the resurrection as well onto that downed Matari. Problem is, they're taking zone corruption tick, so they have to get out of zone as fast as possible. Good news is you have a Karumi, so it's going to be pretty easy to keep yourself all healed up even without eating into those resources as you try and skip the zone.
Question is whether or not you run into someone else on your way out of the zone, which would be the risk right there if that's what was going to be keeping you inside. But of course, as you can see, Salford all well and good, just able to keep themselves safe outside of that zone, and very nicely done right there. Kirby, the guy you're spectating now, was the man who we had in our interview just before our break, who said he's the best player here, his teammates suck, and that his team has been winning every single game. So I assume anything that says otherwise, it just must be some kind of graphical glitch or some kind of technical issue that we have. But of course, maybe that's actually not the hoot. No, Kirby wouldn't lie to us, would he, Moxie?
Nah,
No, definitely not. No, that must be the case instead. Nottingham, though, let's switch over to these guys because I've been very impressed with how they've performed in the past 2 games here. Been rather quiet so far in the tournament, but I would say that coming into these last 2 games, being able to win a lot of these team fights, been doing some very nicely stuff. And as we see, going into this fight, looking to bring down Fluffy from De Montfort. He is going to fall. It's another kill now for Nottingham, which I believe is their 4th kill of the game. As Loughborough now looking to put down some hurt. TX is going to whip up that Viper ulti and look for the double stun. He gets at least 1. And that will be enough there as Salt is left all by himself to try and fend and pick up a kill. TX is exceptionally low on that Viper, but he can just run away and let the rest of the team mop up the pieces here. Salt really, really struggling. Small Bun is jumping in as well. Keys is going for the pain. It's just him left alive, and Salt, well, okay, he's doing some sexy movements there, but I can't imagine he'll be long for this world, as Manchester has found Salford, and that is going to be them falling down. You can see in the kill score there, Salt did eventually die as well. So Nottingham with their 5th kill. I didn't quite see how many Manchester had though, but...
Well, I think it might have been 3 on UCL, as Manchester had entered a realm of Yang. I don't think we actually got to see the fight play through. However, they only got the notification of winning a gate when they dropped a member of UCL on the kill feed.
20 kills.
Yeah.
20.
So they've been able to pick themselves up again. Mystic might, as we see them start to push on through. Again, that Katana doing so much damage.
Ooh!
Oh my
Okay.
goodness. Double parry coming on through, as it is going to be Oxford sent right back into the next lobby, as Manchester not even slowing down, just going to wham that bell, keep going on their way. Try and find even more information on players that they can bring down as fast as possible to keep adding to that tally and see if they can break the record that they themselves set for the most kills in one game, as it was indeed UCL that they were able to beat in that one-on-one fight, as they are currently almost 2 minutes, almost halfway through Yang depletion. If they do not find soul blooms for all of their members within those 2 minutes, they are out of this lobby. They cannot be brought back by rebirth charms. They cannot be revived. And it is absolutely imperative that they find these players. Unfortunately for them, it's going to be so hard to do because other than their squad, there are only 9 players left.
Yeah, there's not a lot of players left in this lobby. There's 4 teams total, 3 others including them. And as you mentioned, 2 minutes they've got to find a fight. If they don't get those kills, then they will just be wiped off of the map. They have found a fight, which is the good news. The bad news is it's against University of Manchester, our most bloodthirsty team here today, who in game number 2 were able to bring it all down and have previously beat UCL in this fight in that gate of Yang. But Spinach is going to fall down first. UCL with a chance in this one might be able to turn it around and actually find this winning fight. It's just Alan and Mikasa alive as UCL going for some resets, hiding in the shadows. Alan with a sick parry right there onto Ak is going to put him a little bit of pacing down there as Jin Lee looks like he might fall. That is Jin Lee down, out of there. It's now just a 2 versus 2, UCL versus UAM. Both of these members exceptionally low. I lied actually because Spinach has come back alive. Alan has fallen now though. Now it's a 2 versus 2. Loser and Ak versus Spinach and Mikasa. Who's going to come out on top of this one? Mikasa pops the Yoto ulti. Exceptionally low health bar, but it should be enough with the ultimate. Some great swings coming through. So low and Ak falls. It's now just Loser versus 3. Spinach is back up and alive, and Loser really up against it now. Is even going to get parried and eliminated. That was a brilliant fight right there, completely back and forth. But in the end, it is Manchester coming out on top.
It's so unfortunate that Ak has to double back to that down teammate and try and get the revive off and just tap the body for a single second longer. Otherwise, you're going to lose that player. And as a result, we see Mikasa just follow with the ultimate from the Yodo. You can throw out that first right click, and then immediately when you hit left click, you teleport to where you threw the blade to. So as a result, she's actually able to catch on top of the body that Ak is trying to revive. And because you're coming out of the revive animation, you don't have enough time to tap dodge out of the strike. And from there, you get the stagger, and from there, you get dead. As UCL once again run into a really mistimed fight against Manchester, where they just had to try and win as quickly as possible, otherwise they would all go down. No matter how the fight panned out, within those 2 minutes, if it stretched too long and they didn't get those soul blooms, they would have been out of the lobby regardless, so they had to push forward really aggressively. As Nottingham now are going to be pushing forward aggressively at the moment. They've been able to isolate out one of these members of Manchester as Spinach caught out again away from the rest of the pack. As it now is going to be Nottingham with this Yodo ultimate trying to catch on to the returning members of Manchester. As Smallbone goes extremely low, will be able to use that ultimate to be able to try and push their health bar back.
Double stun.
As double stun comes through from Nottingham's Viper ultimate into Blink Strike into Thunder. However, Mikasa still has that Yodo ultimate and is going to be able to try to land these slashes, will be able to connect one onto one player from University of Nottingham. They have to finish this fight off quickly, but Mikasa goes down to the Bane's Breath.
Oh my goodness, it's just a 1 versus 1 though. It's Alan versus TXK. Alan has the legendary weapon and the legendary armor. TXK is just going to disengage from this one. Another extremely close fight here. The Manchester are just going to pip themselves ahead. And there it is. They are going to bring down the University of Manchester, but Nottingham, excuse me. But still, that was so close. And Nottingham
Spinach
almost made that happen. Yeah, exactly. Spinach is out now. So there's a full squad. Oh, well, there's 5 players alive, and 2 of them are Manchester. But then you can see Durham's wicket just hanging out in the corner there, which would imply that there's not a full squad outside of Manchester. It might just be a 2 versus 1 versus 2. But either way, a very, very close stuff right there. I have to say this zoom in on this character is slightly less hideous than the one we had in the previous game. I don't know what was going on with that green face monstrosity, but yeah, it was. I mean, it was something. It was special. You can the character customization you have in NARAKA is certainly something
Expansive.
Yes, expansive
I would call it.
is a word. Is a word for it, and has no judgment to how the actual characters look. So I respect that. As you can see, the other 2 members alive here. It's Coventry Phoenix here. It's Burnsy and Asher. So there are
they
your
got
5.
spinach back.
Oh, yeah, okay.
They just
So there it
visited,
is.
yeah, they just visited a soul altar.
It's 3 versus 2 versus 1, and it's Coventry, Durham, and Manchester. Manchester looking to pick up their 2nd win in a row here at our halfway point of our games today in the University Invitational. Now, if you're Durham or Coventry, you're not necessarily looking to beat Manchester. You're looking to just hold out until the other guys die so that you can come 2nd instead of 3rd. But it looks like Durham's wicket has been caught out of position. And well, as quick as he was spotted, he was brought down. Allen obliterates him and erases him from the map. Just Coventry left here alongside Manchester. Manchester out on the prowl looking for their prey.
Well, Coventry at least do have a Monk and a Yui left alive, so they will have extra health available to them when they fall pretty low. Problem is, University of Manchester are a team that, well, we've seen when they go in for those fights against Transformer comps, they don't run away, they don't back out, they don't disengage. They do not respect the fact that if you get grabbed and slammed, you're going to be taking a massive chunk of health, because they know that they can recover if they're given just even the slightest window. If one of these players is still left standing to be able to cast either a Yoda ultimate, I dread what we're going to see come through from them. As Zone starting to close on up, Phoenix gonna have to start to make their move.
Wait, he's the ugly geezer from last game. It's him. It's Ashravi.
You've never sounded more British, Fox. You've never sounded more British. As we are going to see Coventry Phoenix slowly but surely pushed towards the center, pushed closer towards Manchester. Spinach just needs to turn and will immediately be able to spot Burnsy just starting to creep and crawl their way through. As Manchester, with all of the players that they've dropped, gonna take a shopping spree at the moment. If you didn't have that Earthshaker again, by the time they've rolled through the Rift Dealer, they'll probably have it now. But they've been able to spot out one of those monks immediately coming in with the dual blades, catching onto that uppercut. Doesn't manage to find the kill, but this is new. Manchester baiting out the ultimate first, and then immediately going for the disengagement on Spinach's half, while the other 2 members on the cliffs try and just chip away with the repeating crossbow, but it puts Mikasa into grabbable range. There's the actual connection to teleport on top of the monk's head so that he's not actually able to grab her above his shoulders, and it's just gonna be Ashavi forced to drop to the low ground to make sure he survives the full duration.
Ashravi all by himself right here. That was very nicely played by Mikasa to kind of duke out the grabs of the monk. Burnsy is down. Ashravi is just trying to run around and, I don't know, man, buy as much time as he can. Hope that something happens to the Manchester's computers. It's not going to happen this time around, though. And that is their 2nd win of the day and their 2nd win in a row. Manchester dominant again here in the University Invitational.
I love the fact that Manchester's celebration is literally to do the one thing the monk couldn't.
Reach above their head.
Just reach above the head. Like, that is the sign of a Yoda main, when you are able to calculate the distance perfectly. Literally perfectly, so that when you let that first slash go for it, it's such a 50-50, it's such a risky dance between the Yodo and the monk, because when you let that first slash go, you become grabbable, so you have to literally land that first slash, land that teleport directly on top of the monk's scalp, otherwise he's just gonna pick you up and slam you down. But Mikasa, she's able to make it look absolutely effortless.
Yeah.
Is able to immediately get the spacing on that teleport and absolutely blitz through the monk's health.
It's confidence as well, right, to do that, because when you're going towards an enemy to kind of get yourself out of danger, it definitely requires that kind of presence of mind and that kind of wherewithal and belief in your own skills that, yeah, this may look aggressive, but I can pull it off, I can do this. And she absolutely did. She's been lights out, honestly, in these last 2 games. As, that is game number 3 in the books. We're seeing some of the action that we saw here on Morris Island. It all started with this ridiculous fight that was just, as soon as it looked like it was over, another team joined, and then another team joined, and then another team joined. It was endless action right here to start the game off. Manchester met looking like they were coming out on top of it all, but of course then whenever that happened, you saw De Montfort getting the transform coming through, and then Loughborough came through, and then UCL came through, and ultimately at the end of the day it was UCL coming out on top of that one. It was really, really good stuff from these guys, and that was a sick. But yeah, I mean that's a fair response. That's a fair response because that was sick from Loser with that grapple parry.
Yeah, like, absolutely gorgeous. So, like, there are really fast ways that you can go into parry animation. So you can crouch into parry, you can jump into parry, and you can slide into parry. It's really hard to be able to pull the timings off if you're not experienced in being able to do just that. But fading out that blue focus into jump parry, it's
And it looks pretty. It's not only effective, it looks very pretty.
It looks very pretty, and it does mean that you're probably going to be able to turn the fight immediately into your favor as well. Plus, it's really unexpected. Like, the thing is, like, parrying in sort of random NARAKA is one of the worst defensive options because you get caught in a really punishable animation.
Yeah.
Because you can't just chain parry, 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 parry. There are specific, like, it's not an actual cooldown in the game, but there is a cooldown in the input to it. So if you get stuck in parry, they're immediately just going to actually throw in the blue focus once the parry has come on through, or you're going to be caught in a stagger lock. And so you really do need to time your parries if you want to be able to pull that off.
For sure, you've got to be careful when you go for those parries because if you muck it up,
You're just getting excited for the new hero, you know?
I am, yeah, exactly. I am very much so. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing that today. That's it's not even out, so yeah, there's no way we'll be seeing it today. Instead, what we're seeing is more Manchester domination. That's not what's happening so far. I've been told that is an incorrect scoreboard. So either way, Manchester absolutely dominant there in game number 3 once more. They had 20 kills when there was like 10 minutes left, and then they killed like everyone else as well. So I don't know if they've reached another 30 bomb, which I think they did in game 2, right? We think they reached kind of close to that at least. So yeah, a huge amount of kills at least for these guys, and really pushing themselves out of that contention for anyone kind of trying to reach them. We're running a low amount of games left, right? We've got like 3 games left. Manchester's really going to have to drop the ball, and someone else is going to have to go crazy here to really catch up with them. 3 games left, as I mentioned. Game number 4 coming up soon, very soon in fact, because it's just 1 break away, and that break's coming up right now. See you soon. Welcome back to the NARAKA University Invitational. We're halfway through the day. Game number 3 is in the books. In just about a minute's time, we'll be heading into game number 4. We saw in the last one, University of Manchester up to their usual antics and killing everyone and destroying everyone. My question is to my lovely co-host here, Moxie. Do you think we'll see the same again?
I mean, I think Manchester are definitely going to have a dominant performance. How dominant remains to be seen, because we've had a little dust up between two teams specifically, and that is UCL and Manchester. Like they've always, it feels like, magnetized to each other. UCL always do really good at the start, on the very, very beginning of drop, where they're able to find weapons and they don't take a fight until they feel ready and prepared enough to take it. So as a result, when they come in for third party, it tends to be pretty successful. But when they run into Manchester in either mid or late game, it all seems to fall apart.
Yeah, it has been tough for them. And it seems like in game number 1, they had that solved, but they've really struggled to do that in the last 2 games. And whether or not they have a solution for that is something that we will need to see moving forward. You can see with the overall standings there as well. Obviously, Manchester head and shoulders above everyone else for now. But that second place is only about 30 points in it between Warwick and UCL. So for me, that's where my eyes will lie in this game number 4. You can see one of the teams I just mentioned are on your screen right now. Warwick. Nom has actually fallen down already, and it was Damon from Loughborough who did that. Of course, if you are new to NARAKA, these early deaths don't mean too much because you have that free rebirth, so you're able to play aggressive in these early stages of the game and not be punished for it too much, at least, as you can just revive and go about your merry way. So Scrub here does find the revenge onto Damon, bringing him down and then finding his second kill on Aguilar there for Oxford. So that's 2 kills already in the pocket of Warwick right now. Notably, by the way, Scrub is playing Matari. He's not on the Wu Chen that he has been on so far today. So a little bit of a mix-up in the strategy here for Warwick.
Yeah, they're actually going to be able to find themselves a Firefly cage as well. So free ultimate for the team. However, Salford not going to have access to one of those, having to build it up the traditional way of hitting things until your ult is available. Trying now to find a lockdown onto all of these members around them. They have a bounty on their head too, so they're not even going to be able to cleanly get this disengagement off. It is just going to have to be turning around and taking that fight. Elbow comes on out for Kirby, buys himself a little bit of time to be able to try and keep himself up and safe, as he does swap over towards that little bit of range damage to try and come through, breaking the shield of his pursuer so that he can try and push back to the rest of his team. He's pretty close to the ultimate. If he gets that ultimate up, they do have a better disengagement, but he can come in with the dual bit on the right click and absolutely mids through his shielding, but he commits to the blue focus. He tries to come in with the charged up left click, but he gets the counter parry to come on through. It's in the middle of the Karumi ultimate as well. Unfortunately, it's UCL who come through with that Yodo ult coming off of Jin Lee, as Kirby again gonna lose his weapon.
Oh my goodness, how many parries came through in that play? That was beautiful. Kirby, who seemed to be the center of attention right there. First he gets parried, then he does the parry, and finally it is that last parry that is his undoing. But that was a pretty good fight right there for Sulfu, considering they're up against UCL, who, you know, today have been one of our better teams, probably our second best team here out of the 16 competing. So very nice stuff for Salford to try and compete in that one. Unfortunately for Manchester Med, it's all going to go haywire right here. The Viper ulti isn't going to find anyone from UCL, and that should spell disaster for Manchester Met, as now that big CC, that big AoE lockdown has done nothing. The Viper is useless and is dead, as is the rest of Manchester Met, and UCL coming up with some more kills to their name.
UCL already, like, they looked so strong as well. Second game, which was also on Hollow. So it really does feel like they just have a feeling for this map. But oh my goodness, that's a Valda. That's a Valda.
They did it.
I'm trying not to be jealous that's the new Extreme skin, but that is the Valda coming on through from University of Manchester. Here is the thing. Valda is brilliant at cancelling ults out. It's pretty easy to tap dodge out of her ultimate if you know what you're doing. However, if you're able to catch onto a Yodo and you're able to either catch the Viper right before the stun builds up or the Yodo after that first slash, ultimate immediately cancelled and you're just picked up and held in the air depending on which version of the ultimate Alan is going to be running. As they've spotted a Monk transformation coming on through for Demontfort. There's the Valder ultimate coming on through. They're not actually running the normal version where you run Tsunami and catch players out. Instead, they're running that ability where you literally just spear every single person in the area, and it becomes so hard for anyone to be able to recover because of the stagger that you get locked into. And Manchester, again, just using that opportunity to be able to collapse in on those members after that Monk transformation has dropped, using that stagger build up to lock those players down and actually translate it into a kill.
It's pure aggression and pure violence from the Valda right there with the choice of ultimate. Absolute pain coming through as now Staffordshire putting on some pain onto Coventry. Phoenix. There's a lot of teams involved in this play right now. We can see Coventry, we can see Staffs. No, it's just Coventry and Staffs. I thought there was more. There often is in NARAKA. It's hard to keep up sometimes, but Staffs finding that initial pick, that initial kill. Very smartly done, I'd say, though, from Coventry to kind of huddle around the can from their teammate and then transform on top of that so that Staffs has to then disengage and run away. That buys some time for Coventry to potentially be able to pick up their fallen comrade, as instead it actually looks like
they lost Zeno.
Yeah, Coventry found a kill of their own in that situation. Zeno did not get the memo that it was time to run away. Sticks around and pays the price. Coventry actually coming out on top at the end of that one.
Ooh, Jin Lee is actually going to be able to take out Edgelor as they're actually fighting Oxford for UCL at the moment. However, we're still following Staffordshire as they're starting to inch closer and closer towards Zeno's can. Should be able to get the revive off, as you can actually see on your mini-map. Coventry had given up the space. They did not camp the body. So as a result, Staffordshire are able to just backtrack and get their Timmy back online. A little bit of a misplay in my opinion. I would have waited until that timed out to be able to catch those members, knowing that they had invested ultimates in that last fight, that they had not taken a fight either to be able to generate enough rage to be able to come back in with them again. And now if you face them, it's not going to be a 2 versus 3, it's going to be a 3v3.
That is difficulty, right? As you mentioned, Moxie. So now taking a look at UCL here. 8 kills already in this 4th game to get that pop-up that said Jin Lee was the kill leader on the Yoto. Has put a lot of pain down to the opposition so far. You know, UCL, if they want to try and catch Warwick, then that is the perfect start for these guys. They want to get a lot of kills, but as you mentioned as well, it seems to be the mid-game where UCL stagger and fall when they come up against some of the stronger teams. Specifically Manchester kind of has their number in the past few games. I'm hearing you gasping. Why are you gasping, Moxie?
That's the Valda with his staff. They're running the F2 though. They're not running the F1.
So not the perma juggle Valda.
Not the perma juggle, but still, Valda and staff is just so good for extensions at the moment, and I can't wait to see, because we actually got to see on this map in game number 2, Alan ran the staff, and remember he was an absolute nightmare. He was a monster with that weapon and all of the cloud formations that he was able to pull off. As Keel at the moment trying to pull off a victory against UCL, not going to be able to pull that one out of the hat. As UCL will pick up another, and they've been able to see where the Ken was teleported to. And they're not even able to get the revive onto their teammate. It's just continuously grapple cancel into grapple cancel. For Matt gets 1 meter, UCL immediately claw back with 20 of their own. There's the vertical to try and keep this Wu Chen in check. As we see him actually having to just stand and take this fight, he might just be out of grapples entirely. As a UCL guard perimeter to make sure that no one intrudes and takes that fight from them.
Oh, and there's the Temi ult as well. Oh, another Temi ult much too. There's double Temi ults right there. That's going to be difficult to navigate. Which one's the friendly one and which one's the bad one? UCL coming through with the fight in the end though, and Stavs 2 members down already. The last one will fall here as well. 3 members strong at the end of the day for UCL. It doesn't matter about this Shadow. It's too early on into the game for this to tick for too much damage. Get to take their time picking up the loot, and Stavs, who had a good game 1 and have honestly been fairly decent, I would say, so far today. Definitely, you know, looking to kind of push the way up the rankings. I would say, you know, looking like they might be able to go up a spot or 2 so far, but unfortunately just in this one right here,
The problem is,
UCL come on top.
they just use Temi ultimate and Justina ultimate, and as a result, they can't challenge a negate of Yang. So once again, Manchester entirely unchallenged, gonna be able to pick themselves up some really nifty upgrades, as we can actually see Spinach trying to set up that's Overlord. Are they trying to set up again the same greatsword? Just Infinity Gauntlet setup that we had on the first game of Holoroth for this team previously. So they've got Whirlwind too, so that's going to be great for longsworders. Alan has actually moved away from the staff towards those dual blades. We've seen them as well use those to absolutely devastating consequences on Morris Isle. It feels like it's definitely that particular weapon of choice. As again, it is just going to be going a hunting. UCL actually going pretty smart. They know that they weren't able to challenge a gate of tanks, so what do? They pick up a Moonbane Charm. So if they run into a team that did go into a gate and did pick up a buff, they can at least drop that and try and keep themselves off the back until the buff runs out.
Swapping over here to Salford versus Coventry. Kirby with that greatsword trying to get the big deeps down. Has been punished in the past for charging up and being too telegraphed. Is going to get the burnout, it looks like, or the blackout, excuse me, and just run around and try and do as much deeps as he can. That's a big weapon he's swinging about. Is Coventry going to fall as Oh, he hits both of them right there. One of those was quite unlucky. He was just falling down from the sky. Accidentally gets slapped about with a greatsword, but it is Schmeugel falling. Burnsy gets to transform into the Terracotta Warrior with the Wei Shen. A lot of damage can come through here, especially with those big lunges, but it looks like they're not going to come through just yet. Ashravi with a sick grab, though. Now that was nasty, that double transform right here, coming through and doing work on the Salford squad. Kirby just able to survive a little bit. The biggest counter to this right here is just time. Just buy your time, wait for those ultis to time out, and then you can go in and re-engage. And Phoenix, they know. Coventry's running away. They know they're about to time out, and they're going to run out of their power.
Schmogel's about to time out too, though, is the problem. They know that their Monk ult is about to time out, and they can't be in the frontline fight. But as a result of that fight going on so long, they've lost one of their teammates. There's University of Manchester, see the Moonsbane, know that there's got to be a fight going on, and they've been able to spot out UCL. There's the Temiak ability to try to escape any of that grapple cancel coming on through. Spinach going to be caught out in the Temi ultimate, but this is fine for University of Manchester. Bait the ultimate out and then come back into that fight. They're deciding to stick around. There is the Valda F2 coming on through. Lusa taking a lot of damage. They're not even going for the full meter nunchuck at the moment. Spinach just waiting to see if they need to go for that parry to be able to set up and keep their teammates in check. As does lose a lot of damage to that Temi. Loses the entirety of their shield and actually takes enough damage that it actually forces Spinach to reposition. Mikasa, however, has been left behind by the team. Spinach can try and come back in to help. Does have the still full meter dump coming on through, but doesn't have any time to be able to set it up because he runs right into a wisp.
My goodness, it's all coming through though. In a UCL with a sick counter on their Spinach has fallen down. It's now a 2 versus 2. Losers also down as well. It's just going to be Jin Lee trying that 1v1 versus Mikasa. We've seen Mikasa use this greatsword very effectively in the past. That's exceptionally scary. If I were Jin Lee, I'd be doing the same thing here and booking it, running for the hills. You can see our teammate Ak is on exceptionally low health as well. Does get a bit of a heal off too, but UCL just going to have to disengage for now as best they can, as Loser's about to time out. They're not going to be able to pick him up if they're not careful. Loser's going to die and not get revived. But Jin Lee has bigger problems right now than that of his teammates as he gets taken out. Falling down as Spinach got picked up, and Manchester continue their dominance. UCL unfortunately for them, like in game number 1, it was all good. They were able to do some things and it was very sexy, but unfortunately since then it's just not worked out for them. Manchester picked up the pace and they've had their number straight up.
Yeah, Junli unfortunately was trying to find that parry as well in the greatsword so many times, waiting to see if they would throw in the full 1-2. Greatsword is the only weapon in NARAKA where, unlike all of the other weapons on the string of 1, 2, 3, it immediately causes a blue. On the second for Greatsword, it forces a focus, and that's what Junli was hoping to punish. Doesn't quite happen, as we do see just immediately Spinach pulling their punches. As it is now going to be Warwick actually taking a fight currently up against, I do believe, Salford. As we see Matari Ultimate coming on through to cover this team, trying to disengage Taka Ultimate as well on that for Kirby to be able to try and keep up with the zone. As they're going to be taking a lot of corruption damage. Still a bounty on this Taka's head as well. So that position is going to be given away, and they do not want to be out of their resources when the fight goes to that front line as a result. As we're going to see Sir Scrub taking so much damage from Kirby, who's hunting him with this greatsword, looking to try and land the grapple cancels. The Scrub having to just double jump to try and avoid being locked down. As Salford know that he's low, he has to run right back into the zone, and Salford run right back alongside him.
There's so many teams here as well, just skirting around the edge of the zone. Warwick's involved, Salford's involved. I can see as well, I believe that might be, is that Liverpool? No, that's Lancaster. Close enough, but still there's 3 teams. Look at it all on the border right here. You're just towing that line, you go a little bit too close and you start taking tick damage from the shadow. That's certainly not going to work out in your favor. Salford, Westy and Awu are both quite low, looking like they might just fall. Kirby's going to look to try and get involved as well to try and save his team, but it might be too late. I think Lancaster might have control of this area. Awu has gone down. Westy survives for now, but my goodness, what a fight right there. And Warwick as well on the edge. Didn't quite see what happened to them. Sir Scrub got downed in the circle. Nova's trying to raz, but that tick is pretty painful. He should be able to get it off, but even if you do, you're running into Lancaster coming out of the shadow. So it's going to be tough, and we'll see if Warwick can stabilize from this one.
Uh-oh. Nova's been spotted. The juggle comes through as well, so Nova's actually forced to use that ultimate very early on to be able to buy themselves time. But look at the distraction that this Yoda is putting on. On the right side, Sis Scrub actually picked up, was able to make it outside of the zone, and because Nova just goes in, shooting off all of these shiny lights, Lancaster entirely take the bait. They're chasing after this Yodo, allowing Sis Scrub to get the full reset, and then he can come back in and play for those survivability points as the Flamer comes on through to entirely mitigate any impact that Yodo's F2 could bring to the table.
Warwick's team knows the assignment. Sir Scrub. just somehow Sir Scrub. That's it. That's the strategy right here. Nova willingly gives up his life so that Sir Scrub can survive and live to tell another something. What's that phrase? Live to
tell another tale.
Tell another tale. I'm getting everything mixed up right here. It's been a bit of a long day. It's been a bit of a long day for me. We've still got a handful of games left. This is game number 4. Yep. After this one, we've got 2 more. So much more NARAKA action left to play. As University of Nottingham have found UCL. Now, Nottingham have been doing pretty well in the past few games. Can they continue that streak and bring the pain to UCL? Ak is just going to be dipping out of there, though. He doesn't want to be involved in this fight. Oh, my goodness, that is a lot. Oh, he's just getting trapped. He's just running into the traps. I was like, what on earth was that? I was doing all that damage. It was the spikes coming out from the walls and everything, and that's humbling. That's humbling right there. Small Bun trying to heal up his teammate as well, but it's going to be tough with the third party coming through instead. So many bad guys knocking about, and of course, it's the worst third party you could ask for. It's Manchester. They're coming through with all their dominance, their aggression, and their violence, and they're looking to put it down onto Nottingham. Nottingham going to struggle to survive on this one. Mikasa here with that greatsword, trying to make some big plays like they've done so many times before today. So many beautiful actions coming through with that greatsword. That weapon specifically just seems like, I mean, they're just so good on it. And you can see Keys has fallen down. TXK going to fall down as well. Manchester picking up another kill. Kill number 15 for these guys here in our 4th game today.
So Scrub, by the way, had done exactly the same thing. So Scrub actually takes the fight against Spinach. before we actually see them push on to Nottingham. It's actually Scrub that leads Manchester into the team to again turn their aggression onto another full squad. Because this is Manchester, right? If they can have 1 kill, sure they'll go for 1 kill, but if they can have 3, they're absolutely taking the 3 instead of the 1. And it's actually allied to Scrub. It's sort of like a symbiotic relationship.
Yeah.
So Scrub just lives so that Manchester may find more players.
Honestly, that is straight up. And I don't know how he does it every single game. Like, I don't know whether like his presence of mind to just know where the other teams are so that he can lead his pursuers into them. It's honestly quite impressive.
Oh, no.
As instead now he's it's going to be a bit of a tough one here for Awesome. That's from Durham. Yeah, he's going to struggle. He's got some pretty good gear, but I don't think it's going to be enough to keep him alive. Some respect coming through from Manchester, but they know it's in the circle. They don't have to pressure this one. He's going to have to move out of this eventually, but of course, why take the passive play when you can take the aggressive one instead? Mikasa picks up that kill. She's unstoppable instead. 17 kills now, climbing very steadily to that 20 bomb. And with the way that Manchester's been playing today, multiple 30-kill games, like, you have to feel they're on the right track for that one too.
Oh, it's meteor time! Welcome to the new weather effect in Hollerov. This is your mission. Survive inside this zone. You get rage, you gotta pick up Stardust. Get hit, you're gonna take a massive chunk of damage. It's a little bit like the Thunderdome, but prettier.
And because there's risk-reward involved, you'd imagine Manchester's going to take the passive approach, right? And just not be in that zone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Manchester are going to be like, nah, danger. That sounds a little bit too scary. No, obviously, Manchester are just going to go for a fight.
Yep, and here they are. Spinach has found himself some victims. This time around it is Lancaster University on the wrong end of town on this one. Here comes Manchester's Allen as well. The Matari ultimate with that invisibility is going to make it even harder to find Manchester, as if you needed more reasons to make it harder. They're putting up a good fight here though, Lancaster. Here comes that big Yoto ultimate, but a nice vow to cancel. Here come all those spears you were talking about earlier, Moxie. The perma stagger just launching spear after spear after spear. How do you play against this? It's so difficult with that just deadly accuracy that was coming through as well from Allen. It's too much to handle, and Lancaster are going to find themselves out of this game. Manchester, more kills for them. Number 19. It's looking good for these guys once more.
Are they all running Greatsword? Is every single member of Manchester running Greatsword, so that by running Greatsword they create Greatsword space for other players on the team? As Spinach has got their hands on Infernal Slash at the moment, so it's going to look even prettier on the charged up left click, as they've been able to bait out a very early Temi ultimate. No one gets caught in the lockdown either, so now immediately we're gonna just see Spinach charging up that left click, waiting to see if they can let it rip. Doesn't find the connection that they're looking for, as a Matari ultimate does come on through from their opponents. They are fighting in the middle of a Temi ultimate too, as you can actually hear the clang. They let it go! They let it go and they don't get parried because it's 3 greatswords. How are you supposed to parry 3 greatswords at the same time?
You can't do it, it's impossible, as Liverpool are finding out. They're going to go down, Manchester. Mikasa did fall, but it's all good. They pick up their kills, as we are keeping a tally of how much they've got. That is kill number 22. And if there's only 10 people alive, I don't think it's possible without some shenanigans to reach that 30 bomb.
They all have legendary weapons too now.
I feel like, and I don't want to go like against the grain by saying this, Manchester are in a good spot for this game.
Yeah, just
Maybe
a
just
little.
a tad.
They have pivoted though, as we did say, legendary longsword getting picked up. So Scrub's still alive, by the way.
All by himself.
He has to find.
Oh,
Oh no,
he's
he's picked Nova up. He's been able to get enough Darktide coins or find himself a Morris Blessing to be able to pilfer away a Rebirth Charm to be able to buy Nova back. But again, it's now just going to be playing stealth, sitting in that bushes, getting a little bit of information about how many players are close. Because just as we see like survivability really matter, time really matter, you're running out of players to kite Manchester into if you run into them. Sir Scrub has been doing a lot of work to find players and just breadcrumb trail Manchester towards them.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Ooh, player kill. Ooh, player kill.
Exactly.
He doesn't even need to do it this time. Manchester have, by themselves, found De Montfort's Fluffy.
Yeah, De Montfort is definitely going to struggle on that one. And this is the thing. Like, we've seen De Montfort run these Transformer comps, which are very ultimate focused. So once they pop the ultimate, yeah, they're scary, but once that ultimate goes down, then suddenly they become exceptionally vulnerable. But of course, Manchester, being Manchester, they don't care about the ulti and the transform. They're just going to bring him down anyway. But you can see, honestly, like even a team that is as talented as Manchester, they still take a lot of damage there. Mikasa loses all her armor and goes down to half health. Alan in a similar boat as well.
They got double slammed in zone.
Right.
That's going to be a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage, but it's just, you know, if in different situations and a different circumstance, that would be, you know, very, very bad news indeed. But of course, Manchester just don't really care too much about it. Instead, the chug comes through from Kirby on that Taka. The blackout isn't going to be enough to make it work for him this time around, though. Spinach is going to bring him down. I don't think he had any teammates around either. So, oh no, he did, excuse me. There's Westy, who's just maybe accepting his fate, just hiding in the corner, trying to survive as long as he can here against Spinach. Does have some pretty good gear if he can find the windows, find those openings to get the pain down. But for now, just going to go for that disengage. We can see the University of Manchester fighting on the other side of the map as well. Manchester learned their lesson not to spread themselves too thin and instead fight as a team. And when they do that, they are certainly unstoppable, as Manchester has found Warwick. That is Nova falling down. Can't see Sir Scrub yet, but that's fine because Manchester have found Lancaster. That's going to be their next victim now. Instead, it's going to be Coleslaw. Brilliant name as well. As I say that out loud and finally realize what it means, he's going to fall down. That's him out of it. 6 players alive, 3 of them on the side of Manchester. I can see Sir Scrub's alive as well. Just a few stragglers knocking about. Westy from Salford, Sir Scrub from Warwick. And there's one other sneaky guy hanging about. They found Sir Scrub.
They found him and he doesn't really have any players to try to head them towards. There's the Matari ultimate. He's looking desperately to be able to get a full reset off. It was actually Nova throwing again themselves onto the frontline fight, leading Manchester to another squad, allowing Sir Scrub on the opposite side of the zone, by the way, wasn't even playing to go help their teammate. Was literally just playing to survive on their own. And this is really smart. He's fully repositioned, gone all the way through the zone to go into a purple bush that surely no one is going to check because of how far outside of the zone it is. But
you jinxed him, Moxie!
Manchester found him. As I say that, Manchester finally going to be able to pin down Sir Scrub. No Matari ultimate gonna be available to save you this time, and in fact you might just go down to an enemy Matari ultimate. As Spinach is using one of their own. The longs are doing so much damage, but again, no way! Westy has come out of the woodwork. Somehow Sir Scrub has not gone down, and Manchester have found another player to engage off of his movement.
And all he has to do is survive for this one guy falling down, and that's it. He'll come in second place, but finally, he is brought low. That's him out of it, and it's just Westy here from Salford left alive, alongside the members of University of Manchester. Westy, you have to imagine, is not long for this world. Should fall down relatively quickly, especially if he just goes and sits in the shadow and just takes all that tick damage and says,
taking the fate.
sayonara, guys. I'm out of here. I'm donezo. GG's, University of Manchester. That is the hat trick. 3 wins in a row for that team right there. And after a relatively shaky game 1, they've made no mistake whatsoever. 3 wins in a trot, 2, 3, 4. Coming into game number 5, you'd imagine they're the favourites once more, but it's not just been wins, it's been dominant, Moxie.
Yeah, honestly, like, you would think maybe they're just, like, that experienced at one particular weapon, so if they don't find something like a greatsword, you have a little bit of an easier run. But no, the moves that they were pulling off with the longsword, the juggles, like, catching them in the uppercut and then moving immediately into the horizontals to catch them and push them into the stagger lock animation, and then you pick them up again and you rinse and repeat. Like, is there anything that this university team cannot do?
Lose. Is my answer to that question. They just seem incapable of doing that. They've been so powerful here. even in situations where they find themselves in maybe a bit of a pickle, like you're seeing there, like it's not just the aggression that they're so good at. They're good at picking themselves up, finding their ways to kind of come out again and find that second lease of life, and they're just so dominant to watch. Like, what more can we say about these guys that we haven't said already? Like, the aggression is crazy. Like, the actual individual mechanics is crazy as well. They're unmatched on that front, and it's just, I mean, they come up against a Transformer and they just all decide. Yeah, literally. I mean, they do take a lot of damage here, and as I mentioned, like in a different situation, that would be quite bad, but they just know, you know, they've got that confidence, they know what's up, and again, they ride that confidence all the way through.
Yeah, because it's not even overconfidence on that engagement. There is genuinely thought behind it. One, they know that the zone corruption is coming in, and that Transformer's not going to be able to make it out. And two, if they close up the distance, they can go into the Flamer. And that's exactly what we see happen. And that is the reason why they are still not just first position. That's why they're literally talking and looking at 324 kills.
Yeah, I just, honestly, yes, Manchester's number one, that's beautiful, but 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, even 7 there as well, Lancaster, is really, like, I'm looking at Warwick and UCL, that's exceptionally close, that's crazy, that's going to be really interesting, and obviously the teams from 4th to 7th as well is going to be very interesting too. I wish I'd get some more insight, honestly, about how these teams, what they're thinking, especially maybe someone from UCL or something. It would be really interesting if we could get that. That would be my wish, and I really hope we could be able to do something like that. And maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to. I'm very, very happy to be able to almost. And there we go. Be able to welcome in our UCL player as well here. How you doing? What's up?
Yeah, good.
Okay, so tell me. So, who are you? Where are you from? You're from UCL. We got that much. I kind of spoiled that. But what's your player name?
Yep. So, sorry, what's your
What's
question?
your player name again? What's your?
The Guqing Han.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So you're.
And we're about to like get the 3rd or 2nd place in this game. Yep.
Yeah. So that's exciting stuff. So not just in this game.
Yes, sure.
But overall, you're really close to 2nd. Do you know what their actual scoreboards are looking like?
No.
You're like 20 points from 2nd place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you're really close. You're really
lovely. We'll try for it.
Okay, well there's my next question. Well, I mean, that's not really an answer to the question. Do you have any like strategies though to try and really push into that 2nd place?
I don't know. Maybe like first of all, we try to get the score that we can get and try to get the high ranks as high as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yep, that's it.
Yeah, just do well basically.
And get better location when the game starts.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's been a weakness, you'd say, that where you've been dropping has been.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So I have to ask as well, because obviously we're playing on live patch, which means a lot of changes coming through to NARAKA. Staff coming through, Gate of Yang coming through, new areas of Holoroth coming through as well. How has Gate of Yang impacted how you played the game as a whole?
I'm not really sure about it. It doesn't really change that much, but it makes this game more competitive. So it's a good thing. It's make it more. It's good for the audience to watch this game match. Yeah.
I'm curious when you're in a situation like you are here, where Manchester are pretty good, right? Let's just, they're all right at this game. Yeah. Is it kind of like a mental thing where you're going up and you're like, oh, I really hope this is Manchester that we see? Like, do you think about that and maybe think, actually we won't take this fight, or are you looking for them and actually trying to be like, okay, this is the time we can kill them?
I don't know, but like every match we met,
you do see
them. Yeah. I don't know why, but we're not trying to look for them, but we met like.
If you could see the nameplates, would you run away from them?
I think we should. I think we would do that. Yeah, if we got like, I don't know, if we got better armor or something.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
How long, like generally, because we have seen you fight them every single match. How long does it take when you're in that fight to realize, oh, this is Manchester?
They did change their champions, so it takes some time to find out this is Manchester. Yeah. Yeah, it do take some time, but for this game, for the last game, I just realized this is Manchester when I got killed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You realise they start styling on you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's Manchester. Well, thanks a lot for your time, loser mate. We've got 2 more games, so
Okay.
if you know you can push that second spot.
Yeah, we'll
man,
try
let's
for that.
definitely do. Yeah, good luck to that as well.
Cheers.
And yes, thanks for your time.
Thank
We're
you.
going to take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be game number 5 of our 6. Don't go anywhere. It's our last game on Morris Isles. We'll be saying goodbye to it after this one, because then it'll be Holler Off, which will be our last game of the day. Game number 5 coming up shortly. For a recap, our previous 3 games have been the University of Manchester show. It's been pretty one-sided, but maybe we can see some extra things here, because I don't know, man. There have been times where some of those fights haven't quite worked out in their favor. We'll have to see. My name is Foxtrot, and I'm joined, of course, by the wonderful Moxie, as I have been all day and will be continuing to do so here in the NARAKA University Invitational. I mentioned Manchester already, Moxie, but is there any other teams that we're keeping our eyes on, things that we're looking out for in these last 2 games?
I mean, it has to be the seesaw battle for second place between UCL and Warwick, right? UCL are like 20 points away from second position and creeping their way into Warwick's spot. Because Warwick, we were talking about this during the break, like they're really good at surviving. The kill factor, not so much. So even though they play for time so well and lead Manchester into all of these fights, eliminating the competition for them. So not only do you survive longer, you also get rid of a majority of the teams in the lobby. You're not adding to your kill score. So even though you're coming like maybe second last player left alive, your kill multiplier isn't reflected in the score.
Absolutely, and this is the difficulty here. We've got a pretty heads and tails leader in first place being Manchester. Second place, as you mentioned, that tug of war between Warwick and UCL. And then there's a good like 5 teams still looking to secure their place in that 3rd spot. So a lot to play for still here in our last 2 games, as Warwick now going to get a first kill through onto Staffordshire being one of those teams looking to try and secure a top 3 finish. So around that 5 or 6 spot right now, this start is not going to be doing them any favors. However, of course, they do get that rebirth, so they're not out of the game or anything like that. But the first few kills are going to go over to Warwick. There's only 2 kills, though. They're a little bit split up here with Staffordshire. Maybe not expecting to run into some bad guys this early on, and so just spread out looting the area. Is Warwick coming out on top for 3 kills?
I mean, you do really have to expect that this area is going to be hotly contested, because you can really quickly push from that particular space into Secret Tunnel, which is where we're actually seeing Manchester head towards. So, for the uninitiated, when you break those crates, surprise, there's a secret tunnel, which is why we call it secret tunnels. And inside secret tunnels, no matter what time of day, are fireflies. And when you eat fireflies, you get your rage built up. So there's a reason that they sent Mikaza to go grab those. She's going to be coming back in with a full Yoda ultimate ready to put on through. However, Warwick still taking a fight at the moment, entirely unaware of the fact that Manchester are going to be bearing down upon them in a matter of moments. UCL are getting in on this as well. Warwick, having taken a couple of fights and a couple of kills, now getting a little bit of a respite before UCL start to make their move. As we see Lusa come in on that, Justin takes a lot of damage from Nom with the greatsword, but there's the ultimate inside the Temi ultimate, entirely keeping Warwick in check at the moment, as Nova is forced to drop the Yoda ultimate as suppressing fire. She actually is able to find one in the form of Lusa, but Jinli trades it off with Nom going down at the same time, and immediately comes in Dragon Slayers into Nezhaz to be able to connect on to the member of Warwick. Search Scrub not going to be able to kite that one out as the counter comes on through, allowing Jinli another Nezhaz.
My goodness, UCL just really bringing the pain onto Warwick right there, and how poetic it's our 2 teams that are fighting for the 2nd spot. Going to be fighting this early on as well. UCL do come out on top of that. They do lose Lusa, and they weren't even able to pick him up. Like he's done. Like he had to use one of his rebirth charms there to come back into the game. So unfortunately for them, that is a little bit of a dock on their overall marks there, but still winning that fight against Warwick, all nice when things are said and done. Just as a reminder, I know we've been harping on this for ages, but if you just tuned into the stream, this is game number 5 of 6, so we'll have this one and then one after this. And there's 2 teams that are really dogging it out for that 2nd spot, and that is UCL and Warwick. So whenever these 2 guys go up against it, they're always something to watch. They're two very talented teams, and obviously a lot on the line as well here, as Durham are going to find themselves under under a lot of pain, a lot of threat here from Loughborough as Raleigh and Salt are now going to be pushing the matter, trying to see if they can find this engage. And Wicket falls down already, and so does Cross Moon. And my goodness, Loughborough has put down the pain right here onto Durham. There's only 2 members of this as well. The Transform, though, has come through and might just put a little bit of a spanner in the works here. And it's not going to change anything, of course, as it was really just there to solidify the plays as Loughborough find their 4th kill of this game and put down Durham.
Oof, gorgeous synergy as well, actually using the Monk Ground Slam to buy yourself the frame to charge up into that Katana Blink Strike. Really nice stuff coming out from the team as we head over towards Eventide. Taka Fireball! It has a lot of fight behind it, as that is a Viper ultimate coming on through. University of Nottingham going to be trying to keep themselves away, not having to worry about breaking line of sight. Investing that Viper ultimate very early on, unfortunately, just allows the Monk transformation to come through. Double grab onto Small Bun as well, followed by Demontfort Sodium, chasing them down and whamming them in the cranium with that staff. As Fluffy again finding the grabs on these players, entirely unoppressed by any ranged chip damage coming on through in the area as well. Allows Demontfort to immediately be able to control that fight, and I love the fact that they actually used Hydro's Matari ultimate to disguise Fluffy's transformation to make sure that he would be able to go into that transformation, saving onto the Belfer when it dropped.
Demontfort as well, still trying to keep up their results here to finish as close to that 3rd spot as possible. Another team, obviously, that is trying to contest for that bronze medal. So far, it's been a bit quiet for De Montfort, but as things go on, it's a good start here in game number 5. And as we seem to see every single game, and much to the surprise of Loser, who was in our interview just before the break here from UCL, Manchester have found UCL. Again, with these 2 teams are always fighting. You know what, though? To be fair, I'm here for it. I'm absolutely here for it because Manchester are great at skirmishing and UCL are absolutely no slouches themselves. Probably our 2 best skirmishing teams. You're not going to see better NARAKA than when these 2 teams come against each other. And Spinach, holy moly, the double parry coming through there. Look at his health bar, it's so low. How on earth did he get away with that? That was absolutely absurd. It was ridiculous. And for the 5th time today, the 6th time, I don't know how many times, but it's Manchester who come out on top in the UCL UOM fight. It was close as it tends to be, but not close enough for UCL. Spinach with some sick plays to get that outplay there on the UCL squad. Jin Lee, though, Hangabout might have something to say about this one. Gets a parry of his own and then turns it around onto Alibay. He's going to get parried himself. Jin Lee's going to fall down. It was kind of hairy at the end there and a little bit of a consolation prize for UCL onto Spinach. But again, UOM coming out on top. Manchester having UCL's number once more.
Well, Manchester actually had to burn through the Zeeping ultimate to be able to survive, because Spinach takes a massive chunk of damage in the face of Inezha's Might and is able to actually just break out by using that ultimate, guaranteeing the fact that when your health should fall below 0, you immediately gain 30% of it straight back on up. As we're starting to see Keel coming back on through. Gorgeous use of the Yodo F ability to police their opponent's movements and make sure that they cannot bypass past them and try and get outside of that zone, as Hawkeye is able to move into that Yodo's ultimate and catch onto the receding backs. Unfortunately, it keeps them in the zone a little bit longer, and Famak and Doma were not able to cleanly disengage off of the covering fire put down by their Yodo. And Hawkeye has been able to escape the encounter. Their teammates, the same cannot be said. Now you're just going to have to try and go through all of these troves, pick themselves up a couple of resources, because the zone is still on their heels, a bounty above their head as well. So all of your position is going to be given away. Just having to use the greatsword and go for these focus strike cancels to just keep your movement a little bit faster to stay ahead of that zone corruption, because you're already pretty low. You don't have really the time to be able to get that full reset. You're being hunted. You just constantly have to stay on the move. If you get spotted out and grapple locked, it's essentially just a death sentence for that team. As Manchester actually once again showing mortality. Mikasa extremely low at the moment, taking a fight against Loughborough's rally. Will be able to win the duel against two members of Loughborough, but went pretty low to be able to pick it up.
Mikasa just doing Mikasa things, man. She's been absolutely on fire today in these fights, in these skirmishes, especially with that greatsword. Like, it's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying. Like, I'm scared just watching it. I can't imagine playing against it as well. Oh, they found the gate of Yang. Manchester's gonna step inside.
Can't go through.
They're not gonna go through that one. Instead, they tried to. They wanted to. They knocked on the door, but there was no one home, so they just have to leave. They put a little note through the letterbox saying, "Sorry, we missed you." And,
sorry, I missed you. Spinch was legitimately about to try to
do it by himself. Yeah,
1v3 as Sir Scrub trying to get the hit to connect onto the monk. Unfortunately, by trying to cancel the monk's health bar so that you stop his ultimate, it does actually put yourself a little bit too close to Ashavi, and will get grabbed for once. Immediately going to be able to try and lengthen up that distance, use this building to try and break away from line of sight so the monk can't grab him. Ashavi's taking a little bit of damage from the purple bow shots coming on through from Sir Scrubbers. He does now start to close up the distance himself willingly, knowing that, again, that monk transformation is going to be dropped. And one thing I will say for this team of Coventry, they haven't really been able to cycle the ultimates to be able to shield the monk when the transform drops. And as a result, when you don't have a Yui, when you don't have a Yui Terracotta Warrior up in your face, like, the monk just gets chased and mowed down.
Normally, I'm used to you jinxing people, but that was you calling something out. So well done. That was the opposite of that. And exactly as you said, the transform once it goes down, no cover whatever, and Ashavi does fall pretty easily there. As speaking of though, Mikasa has fallen as well. It was Nottingham who's come through. I have to say, I'm very impressed with how Nots has done here. Honestly, the past few games, like, they've really stepped up and they've turned into one of our premier skirmishing teams here in the University Invitational, as Small Bun has now fallen, and it looks like Nottingham are just going to try and lick their wounds as best they can. I'm not sure TXK wanted to fall through the roof there, but it's fine.
Oh no, it's not.
It's not fine at all. That was just the edge of the Veins Breath as well.
That's the center.
Oh my goodness, that's so close.
It's not the edge of the Veins Breath, it's the middle of the Veins Breath, and there is no Eye of the Storm in this lightning strike. TXK hiding in the corner, getting the full reset. Manchester do not expect that he is just sitting in the middle of that Veins Breath. So they are going to be hunting him down, but in potentially the wrong area, and he might be able to backtrack and get the revive off onto one of his down teammates. Is UCL currently hunting down a Salford member, it looks like at the moment, but oh no. The right bottom half of the screen shows University of Manchester. Mikasa finishes off the job. TXK for University of Nottingham falls, and do you know what?
Yeah.
I jinx Valda players. You jinx entire teams today.
What? No. Well, I mean, yeah, to be fair, that was. I did praise them, and as a result, of course, I suppose I should take a little bit of... I should own that one a little bit. Yeah, it's Nottingham. It was a good start for them against Manchester, but in the kill feed, you could see it looked like it didn't last too long for them. As Manchester get their revenge, Mikasa getting picked back up as well. UCL have been relatively quiet in this game, like only 4 kills under their belt. As you mentioned, they're more of like a traditional style of NARAKA team, the way that they play and the way they move around the map and their tempo, whereas Manchester's much more just like gung-ho and aggressive and violence and fighting 24/7. Yeah. So the kills are expected to be a little bit lower when all is said and done. But still, 4 kills when they're so close to that second spot. You've only got 2 games left to do it. I wonder if the pressure might be not necessarily getting to them, but at some point maybe it starts playing on their mind where you've only got 2 games left to close that gap between you and Warwick. It's 20 points as well, which normally speaking is somewhat significant, but with the way that these games have been trending, UCL are certainly able to do it if they don't mess it up. Speaking of messing up though, I feel like Fluffy has done goof being in this position against Spinach. He's in the circle, which is not good. That damage is going to be ticking down. But to be honest, the longer he survives here, the more Spinach is in trouble, the more threat's going to come through for him because he's also taking this tick damage. Fluffy is going to go for the transform, forcing Spinach to disengage. Gonna have to heal instead. But Fluffy, you can't just hold your ground, which is what you're used to doing when you transform into the Monk. Normally you want to get a good geographical location, transform, and then just be like, this is my zone now. This is my turf. You can't come here. You can't do that in the circle. You gotta get out of there, man. You gotta run away. And I don't think he's gonna be able to. I think he might just be falling down to that circle instead. Spinach is gonna get quite low, but he should be okay as well with some good tech movement. Just gonna be surviving on about a quarter health, getting some of those nice, delicious noms to fill himself back up. I haven't seen the death of the Monk on the kill feed, but I don't know how he would get out of that one, but maybe he did. I didn't quite see either way. It is going to be the reuniting of the UAM members here, as now they're all back together as a team.
UCL have actually been able to pick up another kill, not onto Fluffy for De Montfort, but onto his teammate Hydro. She goes down to a K, and there it is.
There it is.
Zone tick damage, unfortunately going to claim Fluffy's life. As UOM, University of Manchester, find themselves a gate, might be able to go for it this time around. Haven't seen the pop-up that they're challenging, however, come through just yet. UCL starting now, this is when we do typically tend to see them start to make that move, right? They've got the loot, they've got the loadout, now they have the confidence to actually just stand toe-to-toe against the lone Yuashan. Will be able to immediately down the Terracotta Warrior too, and if you die in your ultimate, unfortunately you are going to die in your unaltered form. The University of Manchester are actually fighting Oxford at the moment. Oxford feeling pretty confident to go for this fight with that Terracotta Warrior and buffed up health bar. And University of Manchester actually starting to see Mikasa fall low, however, once again are able to triumph, just chipping away at these health bars from these Transformers with things like the longsword horizontals, making sure that they don't actually have all of the energy used to break out from the melee fight. Instead you hold on to it for when the jump comes through on the U. It's so smart from this team.
You have to have a bit of a death wish entering the Yang's realm when Manchester's in the lobby though. Like, you have to imagine you're expecting tough opposition to go through there, and unfortunately for Oxford, maybe they were hoping that Manchester wouldn't be there, but wasn't the case, and instead they do run up against the leaders here in this tournament, and they are swiftly brought down as Oxford, you know, you've got to find yourself some kills now. You've got to go for the fights, and you've got to win, else Yang's debuff is just going to obliterate you and wipe you off of the map. That's just the way it goes. If you lose in the realm, you've only got 4 minutes left to find yourself some kills, or you're going to die.
Well, they found a fight.
They found a fight.
The bad news is, it's not against the leader in the lobby, it's the second leader in the lobby.
Yep.
As already you can see, there's Monk falling so low. Charles Smith goes down to the repeating crossbow coming out from Jin Lee. Once again, UCL just throwing in one of their members to just play decoy strategy. Keep that Monk occupied so that they can literally, from the side, chip away at the health, knowing there's no Temi to drop, there's no Karumi to ever to bait out. It's literally just a Monk's health bar, and once it's gone, it's gone.
UCL picking up their 8th kill here of game number 5. Certainly putting some more numbers onto their kill total, which is, as this game progresses, gonna be very important. I'm liking this though. It's UCL versus Warwick round 2. And this means so much here as well. Just don't forget the stakes. Both these teams are fighting for second place to claim that cash prize. The difference between second and third is enough that you should care about winning this fight. As Nova now is turning tail to run. Jin Lee is going to be hot on his tail, trying to find the fight. Nova's bought himself a little bit of time. Jin Lee going for the reset. Unfortunately, Nova was not able to do so. So that is advantage Jin Lee until he takes a huge amount of staff poke to the face. But Nova looks like he's all by himself, going to struggle to make this one happen, as UCL instead Easy as you like, able to gang up in 3 versus 1 onto Nova. Really going to be struggling in this one. 3 versus 1 is not the numbers you're looking for, and he will fall. Warwick going to be losing this fight once again. I do not see Sir Scrub, however, and he might just be doing Sir Scrub things and surviving while the rest of his team dies so that he can at least have a shot at getting his team a relatively high finish.
You can see as well how unconcerned UCL were in that fight. By one, Jinli, when you see that enemy Yodo of Nova going in for the ultimate, just holding, waiting so that your energy isn't full so you can tap dodge the slashes. And also the fact that not only do they burst through a Transformer comp, with only a repeating crossbow, not throwing in the Yodo ultimate, they burst through the entirety of Warwick.
Yeah.
Without throwing in the Yodo ultimate because they've identified they're not fighting Manchester. Like, they have wisened up to the fact that they've been losing these fights against Manchester because they've been taking fights against other squads beforehand, and as a result are low on abilities and ultimates when they actually do go toe-to-toe with Manchester. As unfortunately we see another member of Oxford going down with Yang depletion as well, so I do believe that is the full team going to be knocked out of the lobby. And is this? This Manchester? Here they come. Manchester coming up through again with the charged up left click. So much space for this Greatsword to work with, bought from that Flamer, and then Mikasa just comes through and immediately eradicates every single person trying to get away from it.
It was Liverpool this time around who were unfortunately the victims for Manchester. They will fall, and it is them out of here for now. Only 9 players left alive. University of Manchester, 3 players strong. Durham, I believe, are 2 members strong. Warwick being 1 member strong. And then, of course, UCL. We might actually find the fated matchup. UCL versus University of Manchester towards the end of this game here in game number 5. Like, we've seen them fight each other plenty of times, but never right at the end of a game. Never as the climax of a game. Manchester have won 3 games in a row coming into this one. They won games 2, 3, and 4. Here we are now in game number 5, poised for them to take their 4th win, the quadrupeat in a row, which would be extreme dominance. Even when they were playing online, they didn't manage a feat like that.
Oh, they spotted the Scrub. So Scrub was coming through to try and pick up that Morris Blessing and maybe find themselves again a Rebirth Charm to get Nova back into the mix. Are we going to see Sir Scrub lead Manchester on a merry chase to another team? Yes, we are! He's led him straight to UCL!
It is. This is the fight we were looking for. Sir Scrub's done his job. He's led the 2 into each other, but Spinach is dead. He is down. It's now UCL's fight to lose at this point. Spinach already out of the fray. Alan and Mikasa are the last 2 members alive, and Alan looks like he's going to go down. He has. It's just Mikasa alive now. And finally, UCL, when it matters most, in game number 5, towards the end of this game as well, finds the fight against Manchester that they win. And let me remind you, in the previous interview, before we went to break, Loser, I asked him, if you saw Manchester, do you think it would be a good idea to run away? And he was like, yeah. Yes, I do. I think we should avoid them. We shouldn't fight them. And here they are. I hope this builds some confidence from this squad right here, because we saw it in game number 1 as well. They were able to go toe-to-toe against Manchester. And yes, Manchester had their number and won a good, half dozen fights in a row against UCL. It certainly seemed like Manchester has had UCL's number.
They've found Mikasa!
But here we go. This time around, it's turned against its head. UCL finally going to have the last laugh here. 3 versus 1. University of Manchester's Mikasa is the only one left alive, trying to keep that 4-win streak going. It's not gonna happen. UCL, they've done it. They've defeated their bugbear. Manchester is out, and now just the scraps of some other teams are left hanging, standing between them and their win here in game number 5.
See, I did wonder what it would factor in when you had your ultimates available. Like, UCL are
Turns out it
so
helps.
smart. UCL are so smart with using these ultimates to be able to isolate out fights. And just immediately be able to just push a player down to the absolute brink. And this time, they cover the body so that no one from Manchester is actually able to get that revive off. Because every single time we've actually seen them fight, it feels like they're about to drop a player, or they do drop a player. And then they always get picked up. And as a result, UCL have always been able to lose those fights, because when they lose a member permanently. Manchester are very good at covering and making sure that those reses do not happen.
Yeah.
However, this is now UCL's lobby to lose. They are just having to pick up the scraps of some of these players playing for survivability. So Scrub makes his move, tries to come in with that Matari ultimate, as will not be able to buy their life for any second longer. Loser with the dagger is going to be able to take them down, and now we're just down to 2. I do believe it's just Durham and UCL. 3 versus 2. Durham kicking things off with a Yodo ultimate, but UCL immediately going to come in with the attempted tap dodges. Wicket making it a little bit harder to predict when they're going to show their face, though, with that Matari ultimate getting to close the distance and ice it out Jin Lee, but there's the Yodo F2, and immediately the Great Sword Vertical is going to baseball bat Durham into zone corruption. UCL, knowing that they don't have to hold on to any ultimates, immediately going to pop every single one that they have available, and immediately claps onto Durham, and finally, UCL find a win.
There they are. Look at them. Unfazed, unbothered. Beautiful stuff. Just easy peasy for those guys. Very nicely done right there. It took to game 5 for them to actually get the revenge onto Manchester, but they managed to do it. Honestly, they should do some more interviews. I think, they might want one after this game so they can bring it through to game 6. But, we were looking at these guys coming into game 5. It was like, it started the day off so much that it looked like these guys could maybe even challenge Manchester. Unfortunately, that didn't quite happen as the game progressed, but in this one, they looked absolutely ridiculous. It was good, it was beautiful, it was sexy, and UCL are able to come out on top.
Not just that, though. UCL had an absolute stunner of a game. Warwick didn't. This is the most crucial part, right? Because Manchester, pretty much at the moment, they've already taken first. There's no way that any team can actually catch up to them at the moment. Second place position is harshly contested between 2 teams, UCL and Warwick. So the fact that UCL won their lobby and won it handily with a massive amount of kills, in comparison to Warwick, who took a fight very early on and lost against UCL, and then took another fight not even midway through and went down very quickly, and again just had to go for Squad playing for survivability, eating again into kills that you're able to post, means that Warwick probably not going to be posting a great score this game.
Love that for them. They just seem like they're having so much fun here as well. And why can't you be excited after a game like that? That was very nicely done by them. Beautiful execution as well. I was really impressed with the way, this time around, when it came to the fight against Manchester, the inevitable UCL Manchester matchup, UCL had the ultimates for it, right? They had the ultimates for it. They were able to make the fights happen, and as such, they came out on top. Here are the overall standings. Oh my goodness, there's 3 points in it between second and third. 3 points. That is nothing at this point. Literally nothing at this point. Honestly, this last game is going to be a real deal breaker for both of these teams. Obviously, as you mentioned, Manchester are just absolutely dominating today. That's crazy. 700 points now, absolutely ridiculous. But a bunch of teams as well on 100 points or higher. I believe it was 7th or 8th up to 3rd is all up to play for as well. It's crazy, honestly. If you're not Manchester, if you're not first place, your spot is not secure. It is not secure, and we have 1 game left to decide it. Just the one. And we're going to be playing it straight after this break. Don't go anywhere. It's our final game here, game number 6, the last game here in the University Invitational, and there's all to play for as well. Manchester, yeah, they've run away with it. They're in first place, that's cool. But second place, there's less than 4 points in between it, and between third and 8th, there's only about 8 points as well. Like, it's crazy right here. Genuinely, all to play for right now. The only thing that is set in stone is that if your name is not the University of Manchester, you are not safe. Your position is not safe. You can bump up, you can bump down. It's going to be crazy here as we head on to Holoroth for our last game. My name is Foxdrop. I'm joined by the lovely Moxie, as I have been all day, for our final game. A bit bittersweet, but I am very excited to see what's coming through. We saw UCL take down Manchester last game. Are you expecting UCL to do something similar?
I think they're going to have confidence. I think like there are 2 ways that this can swing, right? They know that they're super close to coming into second, no doubt. They know that Warwick are super close to holding on to second, so they could go one of 2 extremities. They could play extremely passively and safely, thinking that they want to play for survivability so that their kill multiplier is a little bit better because they survive longer. Or they could play aggressively and risk it.
Do they risk it for the chocolate biscuit? That is the question. I mean, there's more to pay for than just the biscuit. Several hundred moolah.
That's a lot of biscuits.
So you get a butt ton of biscuits for that much. It depends where you shop. If you shop in Aldi, you can get a huge amount. Like, honestly.
We're not sponsored, we swear.
No, but I mean, if anyone wants to sponsor me for some rich tea biscuits, then I'm all here for it. Let's take a look now at University of Manchester. #1 overall coming into this game, and we'll stay that way as well. Just putting down a world of hurt onto the rest of the lobby. It's Durham right now in the eyes of Spinach, looking to bring down the pain. Alan's already picked up his first kill here of game number 6, and that is kill number 2. Crossed Moon going to be feeling that one as his teammate, the last man standing here for Durham. Awesome S will not be much longer for this world. He will fall. And that's going to be Manchester feeling pretty good about that one. But they are going to get third party now by Lancaster, who's come through and decided they fancy a bit of the pie as well. But maybe they've bitten a bit more off than they can chew. As it is Manchester coming out on top. They're going to kill a huge amount of people already. That is 5, excuse me if I can do maths. 5 kills for Manchester.
Oh, they found Warwick.
Can they do this as well?
This is dangerous. They found Warwick. They're not actively chasing, though. So Scrub has been able to escape. They'd caught not Alan. They'd caught Spinach's attention. And you could see that Spinach was thinking about maybe going for the engagement. However, we have another engagement on our hands. Imperial is extremely busy at the moment as De Montfort is trying to climb into this Transformer composition of theirs. Elbow comes out from Hydro, absolutely decimating Loughborough's rally. And it is now going to be Sodium having to be rescued. Karumi ultimate coming on through to try and turn the tables onto De Montfort. Loses them Fluffy as Hydro has to pop the Tucker ultimate and ride all the way back to a re-engagement when he's going to be back in full with his teammates. As you can actually see, they had just let the Kens go. They're going to go for the Soul Altar. He's going to actually be able to Tucker ultimate towards where they're going to be able to revive and pop up back from, and they should look to be able to re-engage as UCL is currently actually fighting another university at the moment. I do believe it's Salford. We're currently not yet going to see how that's going down. However, for UCL, it's really important, right, that they try and eat this distance up between them and Warwick, because 4 points, not a lot.
No, that is about as low as you can get as far as the overall grand scheme of things go here in the University Invitational for NARAKA. It's been very high scoring across the board. You see these teams rack up 20, 30, you know, a huge amount of points each game. Like 4 points really is nothing, especially when we're adding that extra 1.5 times multiplier because it's LAN, because it's that final weekend, just to make things a little bit more spicy. Everything is worth more. So 4 points it's absolutely nothing, and it's certainly a gap that UCL can close and will expect to do so. When we had Loser in our interview a few games ago, I told him that he was close to second place, and he was like, he gave the very inspiring and detailed words of, "Oh, that's good, we'll go for that then." So it's certainly on their mind as they are starting this game here, our last game with 2 kills already, looking to add to that one, increase their kills by 50% and getting their 3rd kill of the game. That is Roxas falling down from Lancaster.
Yeah, UCL, again, running with this composition that's found them a lot of success. Justina Ultimate, Tami, and Yoto coming on through as Nottingham. Down TXK for the Viper setup, just have to pop the Yoto Ultimate alone, trying to push on to the members below them, but the second it runs out is the second you needed it the most. Transformation comes on through from Oxford to Tian, and Charles Smith now is going to have the health pool to immediately push Nottingham all the way back. They're trying to melee him down with the staff. You can actually see the Yodo just barraging those ankles because they're not running. They're not running the first version of the ultimate. They're running over the second or the third version, which means weak point, which means you're taking increased damage on your ankle.
Oh no, and so that just means that Keys here from Nottingham is able just to chip away at the Achilles heel and bring down the Monk, and without your friends to cover you, then there it is, you do just fall down. These friends come in eventually here to avenge his death, but he already fell down there. Fortunately though, of course, being able to get picked back up, it should be okay. All's fair in love in war, and we'll get back into the fray. Warwick now into a fray of their own up against Kiel University. Kiel want to be securing themselves as high as they can towards that 3rd spot. They're one of the teams in the running for that. Coming into today, they were our 3rd placed team, but of course the resurgence of UCL has been knocking them down a little bit there, and it's been very difficult to do so. Kiel though looking to see if they can make it happen versus Warwick. A great grab. That's a beautiful way to start it as Dorma is he's able to pick up Scrubs, instantly times out. Scrub has 2 kills already. Let's see if he can bring down his 3rd. That is a huge chunk of damage from that greatsword. If you're not experienced enough to be able to counter that, it is essentially a death sentence as soon as you run into it. Wu Chen Ultimate will save one of the players, but Hawkeye looks like he's going to be next on the chopping block. That TP is not going to be enough. He's 1 hit down from death. Can Sir Scrub find it? You have to feel like it's just a matter of time. And there it is. Hawkeye will fall, and Warwick will pick up their 3rd kill of the game.
Yeah, Sir Scrub knows that he can literally just take a mile from the inch because he sees the very early parry try to go through. And as a result, he just waits for the animation to be done and then lets the right click hit. As we head over and have a look at Nottingham, fresh off of that Soul Altar, now having to recoup all of their loot while trying not to run into another squad, because if they go down, they are out of this lobby permanently. And this is the last game of the day, so final scores on this game is going to solidify where you stand on the leaderboard and how much money you are going to be able to take to go home with. As Nottingham is running a decent composition, right? The Z-ping does mean that you're going to have a lot of survivability, especially if you're running with that ultimate of the V3. The Viper is hand in hand very good for that Yodo to set up and make sure that no one's going to be able to tap dodge out. However, Staffordshire taking a fight currently up against the Montfort. Fluffy going to be able to land the Mythic counter. And that does mean that the Monk is not really going to have the best weapon to be able to transition him. As that is a grayscale bow, so yeah, the grab comes through. However, the Devil Slam means that it has enough damage to be able to chunk the players down. And Fluffy has actually been able to grab another player. Has to be so very careful that he doesn't get cut out by the Viper Stun. He looks to try and grab Staffordshire Zeno, and he misses, which means the stun connects.
Just the stun, but no one to follow it up. The rest of Zeno's teammates in Staffordshire have already died. They're already done so. So De Montfort are able to pick that one up. A really nice overall play right there in the Monk form by Fluffy. Very impressed with that one overall to bring down their opponents and just honestly make it look a little bit easy. Finally, one of the few times I think I would argue this whole tournament we've seen some good, effective Monk play. even with that grey-scaled weapon. It's enough when you get that grand slam into the ground. Very nicely done. Manchester's time in the limelight now, though. It looks like even though these guys have secured first place, they're not letting up here in our last game today. 13 kills. 13 already. Unlucky for some, not for Manchester. They will enter Yang's realm here. Will anyone have the ghoul to challenge them? No, they won't. And I think that's pretty smart. I think that's fair to do. But it does mean that Manchester now get the spoils, get all that loot. And that's going to make them even more terrifying than they already were.
Yeah, it feels like it's written in fate, right? Manchester are also team number 13. And it does feel like they're a little bit of an ill omen for some of these teams to walk into.
Every team. Every single team.
Yeah, every team. Every team is going to be thinking of 13 as a very unlucky number for the next couple of weeks of their life. It is going to be Manchester picking up. This is different for them as well. Not Mystic Might. They're going aggressive. They picked up Draco Storm.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So they are going to be on the hunt. They're going to be on the prowl. It does mean that they actually have to go towards bells and bounties to find information on where players are. Maybe they can try and cut off either some of these Rift Dealers or Soul Altars and try and catch some of these players as they maybe try and get some of their forces back in full.
Well,
Yes.
they either need to go towards the bells, the bounties, or a third option is to find Sir Scrub. And he will lead them into all the other teams.
It does feel like it. It does feel like it. However, the problem is that like Sir Scrub is going to see that Draco Storm, the blue crackle to the avatars, and probably decide to run about 20 miles the other way. Yeah. It's UCL have actually been able to find one member of Kiel. They've got a bodyguard, so they have a bounty on their back. But again, like they're sticking really close together. They're using this sort of threat of having a bounty on their name to lure players towards them and playing around Ballista as well, making it really hard for them to be able to find any group wanting to control. But here we go, Bane's Breath dropped to push UCL off of Ballista control, and immediately they're going to be taking the Draco Storm damage coming on through from Manchester. We said we might have wanted to see them aggressively try and challenge for the gates of Yang, and this is absolutely the reason why. You didn't kite far enough, you relied on that Ballista being there so that if you were run into by a team who had come through a gate of Yang and picked up a buff, you could book it up to the tower and try and use that threat to keep them at bay. But the Bane's Breath is placed absolutely perfectly to push them off of Ballista and straight into Manchester.
You still have to be careful as well because there are no resurrections alive anymore. Nothing available. So if they fall, they fall. And this is the last game to try and make up that ground up against Warwick. It's not much ground to make, but still, Warwick had a good start so far. Like, you know, you certainly cannot flounder right now because Warwick will keep their ground in that second spot.
They're doing pretty good at the moment too. So Scrub just picked up the kill of a pistol, so...
That's at least like 5, I think, kills in total now that Warwick have got. And when I last checked UCL, they had a similar kill count too. So very close stuff. All to play for that second spot. And there is a significant difference between the two as Warwick is probably going to find another victim. Add that one to the list as well as Burnsy now from Coventry Phoenix is going to struggle to keep himself alive. He does have his team around as Schmoigel is putting down a huge bunch of pain with that ranged weapon. Will UCL be able to find that fight as now Manchester's come through instead. It's not Warwick's fight, it's not Warwick's kills, it's Manchester's. It's always been Manchester's, always has been, always will be. As they come through here, trying to find as many kills as possible to end their day on a high. Coventry struggling big time in this one. Can they get away from it? Spinach is going to get caught up here. He's going to take a bit of damage. But the rest of his team is certainly struggling here. And oh no, that's terrible. That's not what you want to see here. That zero ult zone when there's the transform.
Yeah.
Not good at all. Not good at all for Coventry. Things go from bad to worse for these guys. They're going to have to kite outside of that zone. They've just about managed to do so. As now Manchester found even more people to put to the blade.
So you can actually see Spinach running towards that no ult zone to activate it to force that monk to drop out early, as we actually now see the Viper stun connecting. Spinach is able to charge up the full meter dump of the nunchuck. Golden focus, no way of countering the second stage into the blue. And as a result, Manchester absolutely blitz through the health bars. Mikasa using that purple focus off of the staff to finish off the job. And Lancaster are going to be a player down. Manchester showing us how it's done in an absolute gorgeous fashion as we move back and look at Warwick, because surprise, surprise, somehow they've survived. They run into Oxford, however, and Charles Smith isn't able to find the grab onto Nova. They're able to book it around the corner in time to avoid the follow-up mid. As we now see Warwick just biding their time, waiting for that monk to drop transformation, because now they're gonna know that monk is vulnerable. They just have to avoid being grabbed and caught out a little bit too early. Nova's sitting on that Yoda ultimate as well, but there it is. Charles Smith out of ultimate form, doesn't have the bell quite yet, gets absolutely stagger locked, and isn't able to escape the full ire of a full Warwick squad looking to establish themselves and keep their second place position.
I'm not going to lie, Moxie, coming into this game, I really thought that UCL would be taking second. I thought that Warwick had just been too slow today. They, you know, just fallen behind too much, fallen behind the pace. It wasn't their day, and UCL came out swinging. But looking at this game specifically, this game number 6, which is the one really where it matters now, I don't know, man. Warwick look like they're doing things. They want to keep that second spot, and it really shows. 7 kills now in total. UCL, they're not going to have an easy towing of things if they do want to solidify and push Warwick out of that second spot. It's going to be very, very close. I'm certainly keeping my eyes on more than usual on these guys, as we saw a little pop-up there that announced that Manchester have won their next Realm of Yang competition. So that's even more loot for them, more buffs as well. They'll be pretty happy about that one. The Warhorse does not stop, as Warwick here looking for their next few kills, and it could just be against Oxford.
Yeah, Oxford actually had to visit the Soul Altar to try and get Charles Smith back. So Warwick, get a rewind, deja vu. We've been here before. And Warwick's already killed that player again, because great armor, no ultimate to your name. Warwick just immediately bear down and are able to catch as well the other remaining member of Oxford, who had booked it over to that Soul Altar to get that resurrection off. Seprock goes down, and Warwick add another kill to their tally. UCL, however, backing up a couple of kills of their own. 3 for Loser, 2 for Jinli, 3 for Ak. So they're not that far behind Warwick. The problem is Warwick are still going to be able to find a couple of these players. UCL entirely missed Durham.
Ooh, yeah, mate, there's nothing in it at all. 8 kills for UCL. Last we checked, Warwick had, I think they had 8 as well, actually, didn't they, after that last kill? Literally neck and neck right here. And even though we said 4 points isn't anything really when all's said and done, if you're tied, those 4 points will be the difference. As Manchester here, Mikasa finding that victim, Loughborough gonna fall down, Salt back into the earth, as Rally has been caught out of position here as well. He's been spotted, and he shan't last much longer himself. Is able to jump away for now, but Manchester will not allow that to last for too long. Still want to look for Damon, that last member alive for Loughborough. It looks like Manchester aren't actually going to go for it. They don't see him there, and instead chasing back in onto the fight here. Yeah, this is it. This could be the death knell for UCL though, because if they go out here, then Warwick will take it. UCL going for this fight against UOM. This is the most important fight of UCL's tournament. This is the difference between second and third for these guys. Can they survive and can they fight Manchester? There are no ultimates available, but Spinach gets exceptionally low. He is fallen. Manchester going to disengage with the Wu Chen ulti. Does UCL decide to continue the chase? The answer is yes. And this time around, it's Alan who's caught the attention of UCL. The legendary armor is going to do bits to keep him alive. The Wu Chen tech as well coming through. Those Fs being dropped. Those wind walls will help UAM going to get that full reset, which now could be bad for UCL as they try and turn around and run away. I don't think the loser's going to get out of this one. He will fall, and the rest of his team's already decided to book it and get out of here. What started as a good fight for UCL ended in disaster. And Manchester going to come out on top.
They have to just survive. At this point, honestly, you just try and run into the meteor rain and hope that the threat of that is going to stop University of Manchester from hunting you down. Losing Loser was awful. They thought that they could leave him a little bit further behind and just draw a distraction focus, allowing everyone else to make distance with grapples because Loser had that Justina ultimate available, but he literally gets stun locked, so he can't even dash away to try and regroup with his team. He goes down in seconds. As now it is going to be Alan hunting down Ak. They heard the bell, the grapple cancel comes on through, the vertical to try and push him to the ground and clip his wings. As the hunt and chase begins, Two Blades with the charged up left click, rinsing through the health bar. Warwick are going to be giving Manchester a big hearty hug at the end of this because they might just have cemented themselves in that second place position. They're still alive in that lobby. They're hiding out inside that meteor rain, collecting up all of the stardust, building up their age as fast as possible so that they're going to be ready for the next fight. UCL, on the other hand, are hoping to try and survive a little bit longer. As Spinach is spotted out, Jin Lee, the hot swap towards the pistol to the downed Yodo, and it's going to be UCL out of the lobby.
Oh, that's it. That's it. They're done now. That's all of it gone. We have to see what happens to Warwick here, but genuinely, I think that might just be it. I think Warwick has done it. I think they've held on to second place. I was not expecting that coming into this last game, especially since one game prior, UCL won it all.
Yep.
Literally, they took it. They were, and they don't. Not only they didn't luck into it or anything like that. They beat Manchester right at the end. They came up to them in that 3 versus 3, and they smashed them down to take the victory. UCL, it looked like, you know, the momentum was on their side. It was all on their side from the way that today had gone down, but just not quite enough. Potentially, we'll have to double check with the scores at the end of the game, but Warwick may have just been able to hold on as Manchester continue their dominance. And now that fight for 4th spot is going to be very hotly contested. Lancaster right now are finding Oxford looking for some kills to put something into their name. It's only Blade alive, just him. No friends available whatsoever. Voxus and Coleslaw have all fallen. Just one man left in this trio, and he's struggling against the Oxford member. Aguilio is really coming through here with those attacks and making it happen, but Blade with a sick parry into the uppercut, trying to get the punish, not quite finding it. And now Aguilio finding his feet once again, getting the return play, and Blade is exceptionally low, is able to dodge out of that attack. Liz for now, another parry comes through. Maybe now Aguilio is in trouble, but does actually go for the transform. Was hoping to hold on to that, I imagine, but no such luck here, as it is instead Warwick now. Norm has fallen down to Manchester, but I got a cheeky little look-see at those kills there, Moxie, and Warwick have a good 12, 13 kills into their name, and that's got to be more than what UCL was able to do, so it's all looking good for these guys coming into second place.
Yeah, Warwick may have lost a member to University of Manchester, but they have kept their second place position because of Manchester getting that early elimination onto UCL. As now it is just going to be playing for survivability points at the moment. Alan has put it out. Nova, the grapple cancel again off of 2 members of University of Manchester. Alan swapping over towards the bow to land the snipes onto the up in the Yodo mid ultimate. By the way, they're really trying to keep Nova just down on the ground. Blood Ripper comes on through. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide, you're not gonna get to climb. The Blood Ripper just grabs you, and I tell you what, it's so fitting that it's a death rattle, the sound that that weapon makes, because when you hear it, you know you're gonna be 6 feet under soon.
Absolutely. It is painful stuff, and it is horrifying hearing that coming over the horizon, even more so when you know it's in the hands of Manchester. Now fighting up against Loughborough. Rally's in a lot of trouble. He lost his weapon through that parry, and he is going to fall down. Manchester taking names in this one. 29 kills already. 4 players alive. They really did not let up in this last game. I thought maybe, just maybe, we've seen these guys dominate through the entirety of this tournament. 700 points they've acquired coming into this final game right here. The second closest was barely above 200. Over 300 kills under their belt as well. Absolute pure domination from these guys. And if this last game was going to be a send-off, like, we're going to have some fun here, we know we've already won. What the hell? They've just turned it on and pulled out the best performance of the entire tournament. Absolutely ridiculous stuff here from these guys. Absolutely absurd and just crazy, crazy domination is now coming up against the second place team here in Warwick with Sir Scrub. Just showing off their excellence, their domination, even though Sir Scrub's able to find a decent amount of damage actually on the spinach. The Viper ulti comes through. He just needs to buy some time, but he can't do it. Okay, Sir Scrub finds that kill. And in true gentleman fashion, it actually looks like UM were allowing the 1v1s v1s like we saw online. This time on LAN instead. As I think it's just the 2 members of Warwick versus Manchester here. As both these teams realize what's happening and what's going on right now. It's number 1 versus number 2. Manchester giving Warwick a little bit of space to work with. Maybe there's something going through. As they're allowing Sir Scrub to loot the box.
The legendary armor.
We're going to get the 1v1v1s here. It's going to happen. It's the gauntlet. For Sir Scrub.
Well, Spinach is able to find the parry and counter onto Sir Scrub, so down that greatsword has to pull out an emergency greatsword of his own. Oh, the Matari F comes online just in time. He lets rip the left click, and you can actually see Spinach wasn't expecting it. Immediately comes in with a second one. Are they giving him opportunity to get that reset? It looks like they are. They're going to actually allow the revive to come through. And in return, Sir Scrub is allowed to re-heal himself and can now go again against the next member of Manchester, which I'm assuming is going to be Mikasa.
It looks like...
Oh, no, it looks like it's going to be Alan.
It's going to be Alan instead. Next challenger approaches, so Sir Scrub actually beat Spinach twice here. And now he's up against Alan, who's going to be taking this one as they are allowing Alan to just wail upon Sir Scrub. It's looking good for Alan so far, but of course, as soon as I say that, things have turned around instead. Alan now taking a bunch of damage down to half HP as Sir Scrub is looking pretty hot right here. But he himself is going to take a bunch too. The Wu Chen Tech coming through, giving some of that shield back as well. And Alan's balls. Bloody hell, Sir Scrub. He's actually taking these ones. He's taking names.
He wins.
It's just Mikasa. He won.
No, he won.
He won. Oh, the other 2 suicide to the circle.
The other 2 suicided to the zone so that it
Sir
could literally
Scrub
be
wins.
a
All right.
1v1 with Alan versus Sir Scrub.
Respect, respect. I mean, he kind of earned it, right? He beat all of the Manchester members in the 1v1, so they're just going to let it happen. I mean, you know, for Manchester, it didn't mean anything because they'd already secured their first place. But Sir Scrub, props to you for being able to come out on top of that one. And that should be, you know, Warwick coming in second place overall. That was our last game for today. Manchester taking it all away. Warwick coming in that second place. We'll have a look, obviously, at the leaderboards coming through. You can really see the final standings here. But, man, we had a crazy set of games today. UCL almost were able to pull things through as well. And let's take a look at the action from this last game. It was hectic, Moxie.
It was hectic. It was really hairy. And I think it was really unfortunate for UCL because Manchester started swapping up the comps that we saw on Holoroth. Normally, when we see them on Holoroth, they go for the really sustainable solo heroes like Seeping, Karumi, and Taka.
Yeah.
This time around, they didn't come in with those, and as a result, I think UCL saw an opportunity to go aggressive and get a couple of kills, and didn't actually expect to run into Manchester.
they didn't expect to run into Manchester.
Yeah.
Teams they always run into every single game.
I know. You have to feel, right, that by the time we headed into like game 6, every single time they wanted to push on a team, there was just like a little thought in the back of their head, like, there's a 75% chance this is Manchester. We haven't run into them yet.
I do wonder, like, what it is about the way that UCL played that meant they always ran into Manchester, because obviously there was a level of thinking there where both of them were kind of playing a similar macro game. Right?
I would honestly macro positioning. Like, you see it when they're going for ballista control. Like, you know that they want that prize. They want to be able to use this when the zone starts to close on up to hold players hostage in their positioning. And as a result, Manchester are like, well, if there's a team on Ballista, we can't actively challenge Ballista. We have to drop a Bane's Breath on it and bait them to come to us and give up that better positioning so that they take a fight. And that's exactly what happens.
It felt like Manchester kind of, you know, they know what the most likely play is to do, what the smart play, what the high percentage play is, and UCL know that too. So Manchester can therefore read UCL and go for the counter play, and maybe that's why they'll run into them all the time as well. And here we go, the final standings here. Manchester, 779 points, almost 400 kills, absolutely insane stuff. That fight for second place between Warwick and UCL ended up with Warwick taking it fairly convincingly with that 30-point lead. There was only 4 points into it coming into this last game. Kiel will round out our 4th spot, 2 points ahead of De Montfort in 5th as well. It's been a close one, honestly. These spots, I didn't think we'd be fighting for second place. Coming in for 4th as well was really close too. A very, very tough competition here, and certainly no easy games.
Yeah, I mean, again, we can see, even though we thought it would be closer between Warwick and UCL, a lot of that point difference came from Sir Scrubs just surviving as long as he did in all of those matches.
Sir Scrubs was honestly just, like, ridiculous. I really loved watching his, like, individual play as well, and I'm very, very happy, both online and in LAN as well, that Manchester let Sir Scrub get those 1v1s. We saw it not just that last game, we saw it like all the times as well. And speaking of Manchester, we're joined by one of the victors here as well. There we are. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on your win. Alan, well done, I have to say. You won. How do you feel?
Yeah, thank you. And I think I'm very happy to join this game, and I really enjoy myself to battle each university and just play the game with them.
Cool.
So you guys were showing a lot of experience and knowledge of the game. Exactly how long have you all been playing NARAKA for?
Yeah, I think 3 of us just play from the beginning of the NARAKA shows, and like 2 years or 1 year, like from the beginning.
Wow.
And we saw a lot of different hero picks coming through. My personal favorite was the 1 versus 3 squad picks of the Karumi, the Taka, and the Zeeping. What's your favorite hero to play?
Yeah, for me, I think the Kurumi, Yueshan, and Tianhai is my favorite because they have really strong power to attack when 3 versus 3, and even when someone down and another one can hold the place and make others to like stand up again or just run away.
And we also saw as well a very diverse use of different weapons. A lot of greatsword, a lot of dual blades I saw you using, especially on Morris Isle. What's your favorite weapon to be able to use?
Yeah, I think just the 2 new weapons, and dual blade actually is my favorite weapon. Yeah, and I often use that because I think the attack is usually like you can beat them and they can't know how to handle that when I use the dual blades.
And we saw the team have a very dominant performance. I also know that you guys play ranked a lot in sometimes solos and sometimes trios. Is there any plan for the team to go into the professional scene of the NARAKA esports?
Oh, well, I think Spinach is where maybe he has the chance to do that, but I will try. Maybe if someday I can do in the professional match.
That would be cool. We'd love to see that. Yeah, maybe we'll see on the MBPL. We'll be casting it. Yeah. No, thanks a lot for joining us. Congratulations again on your win. Very nice to watch and very, very nicely done. We can take another look at the scoreboards that we had here and see the recap of how the games went. There it is. As mentioned, Manchester did absolutely beautiful stuff. 779 points. That was a thorough thrashing of all the other universities, to put it lightly, to be honest. But still quite some parity within the rest of the teams. You can see it's a few standouts, but outside of that was quite close. Who was one of your favorite teams outside, like maybe the top seeds, to watch playing here, Moxie?
I mean, I have to say Warwick. Like, we class them as a top seed, right? But Sir Scrub just being able to survive.
Yes,
so
he did some great things. We love Sir Scrub.
in the lobby and just leading Manchester, a full squad, into everybody else in the lobby so that you just eviscerate all of your competition. Keel as well had some really good, impressive fights. I think De Montfort too had some really standout transforms coming through from Fluffy.
Yeah,
he got some brilliant double grabs off, and I mean, we were talking about it a little bit earlier. We didn't really see a lot of Monk come through, which is strange for having a trios competition and not really circling around the Monk players. However, I think again it sort of goes down to how brawl heavy this series was, because you didn't get that downtime. Even when we saw teams running that Monk, they wouldn't loop the ultimates. They wouldn't have the Monk transform first and then the Yui transform. A lot of the time they would have both transform at the same time.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because even in that interview just now with Alan from Manchester, it's like, yeah, my favorite comps has got to be like, you know, it's got to be the Monk and then the Wei Shen. It's like, bro, you didn't play that comp once. It's his favorite, but he still didn't do it because, you know, he's been just rolling everyone on everything else. I have to agree, Sir Scrub was a lot of fun to watch, and I talked to him earlier today, and he said he saw some videos, so that's some extra points for him as well, and I'm sure that's the reason why he's so good at NARAKA, because he watched my videos on a completely different game. That's going to do it, though, for us here at the University Invitational for NARAKA. It's been a lot of fun. The games were absolutely I was expecting hectic, crazy games, and I got something way more than I was expecting. So that was brilliant. Congratulations again to Manchester, and big thanks to NSC for hosting this, and of course NARAKA and all that lovely business, giving us a platform for making it all happen. My name is Foxdrop, and I've been very, very honored to bring you this broadcast today. Moxie, I'm going to miss thoroughly, and absolutely it's going to be just not the same. I'll be crying myself to sleep without NARAKA, and it's just going to be it's going to be painful, but hopefully we'll be able to see some more NARAKA in the university scene soon. Thank you so much for watching, guys. We'll catch you soon. Bye bye.
The wind screams.
We'll attack our enemies.
The gods' fury breathes.
Will shortly begin to spread.
The wind screams.
Never ends well.
The wind screams. might of the toads. Shadow spread.
Phil. You want them to laugh at me? Time to go dark.
Good morning, crack student gamers, and welcome to the British University Esports Championship Spring 2022. It's been a long time coming, and we're now live from Insomnia. We're back bigger than ever. We have so much going on here.
It's a place for all competitive gamers to come along. Even if you're not amazing, you can still take part, which is really nice, and you meet so many different students from different unis. It's just really nice, like a fun place to be.
And the NSC, by being at Insomnia, is really amazing. Especially a small, isolated university like Oxford, it's great to meet other students who are into esports.
So we've got a spectator area where the student communities come and they're meeting up for the first time in probably 2 years, getting to watch the finals, and then we've also got the teams on stage playing against each other. And then also we've got a student LAN as well, as kind of like a mini LAN in a wider bring your own competition over the weekend. super grateful for our sponsors. Our headline partner is Intel. We're also partnered with Barclays, Monster Energy, providing loads of Monster Energy to keep everyone fueled over the weekend. PC Specialist, Special Effects, and we're also partnered with Bucks as well.
Everyone in the university scene is so welcoming and so lovely. You don't see people like this anywhere else, like in a community together. And it's just all about creating those connections with different people, and it's just really amazing.